Welcome everyone to another episode of Nerdporeal Middle Earth Chats. Once again, hey, we're here to talk about The Two Towers, Part 1. We're not covering the whole movie because that's freaking impossible. So without further ado, let's present our guests. So let's start with our resident Tolkien expert, Unbearable 73, or Matt. What's up?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. You ready to talk? What a lot of people say is their favorite Lord of the Rings film.
Oh yeah, this is probably in some ways the best of the three.
I've never, it's funny. Until now, I've never really ranked them because I always just saw it as a single film. So that's I think that's pretty cool. So
Well, it is to me. It's one book, and in a way, it's one film. But I have a real simple criteria for like why these three films would. There's one thing in each film that like it truly annoys me, and this one is the elves at Helm's Deep. Like in the third one was the army of the undead, the way they use them, and so forth. That of the one big annoyance I have with each film, this annoyance annoyed me the least. So that's why this is my favorite of three.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next up we have my partner in crime. He's been my mod for a long time now. So let's welcome him out of the Pokeball, Mr. Whoopa Troopa. How you doing?
Hello, good to be here.
Wow. So it's going. So did you watch the movie?
Nah, I just figured I'd wing it. No,
Okay.
yeah, I watched the movie.
Okay.
I watched it this afternoon. It was great.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going to tell you, I was going to give you and only you a pop quiz.
Oh, okay. I'm ready.
All right. Cool. All right. And next up we have returning. He wasn't able to make it last week. We have returning Mr. Flaccid Phoenix. What's up? Thanks for coming back.
Sweet. Yeah. Thanks for having me back on. I'm excited. This is my favorite Lord of the Rings movie for many reasons, and hope to get to some of my favorite parts on this stream.
Yeah, I mean, I've only watched an hour and a half of the movie, or as long as disc one is, and there were like 2 or 3 times where I wanted to shed some tears. Like it's just that these movies are just like next level. Like I can't. It's really hard to describe, but it's like maybe it's because I'm older, but the stuff that they talk about, the stuff that they cover in these movies, really means something. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's well, cool. Thanks for coming back. So now let's welcome Prophet of the Dragon, return from last week. What's up?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for coming by last week and covering the last half of Fellowship. That was an epic run. I'll say.
Yeah, it was a treat. I appreciate you guys inviting me back, and last week was awesome. So looking forward to this week.
All right, and now we have for our last guest, this is his first time on a Nerdporeal stream. So this is like checking off a major item off your bucket list in life. This guy basically does videos every single day, and he talks about pop culture. And I feel that his channel is undersubscribed. So let's welcome Mr. Cosmo James.
Oh,
welcome.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Actually, I was actually couldn't believe it. So, and well, I'm a fan of Lord of the Rings and everything. I'm a normie when it comes to Lord of the Rings, but they are very good, and I'm happy to talk about it.
Same here. I consider myself a normie too. It's been years since I've read Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. I've never read like Silmarillion. I'm not familiar with the rest of Tolkien's Legendarium and stuff. So I'm in that boat too. So
yeah, they're all solid movies, and it was actually pretty fun going through it, watching it again. It's been a while, so it's the first time watching it in a long time.
All right, cool. So let's get started. So before we start into the movie, I'm just curious what your thoughts were when you first saw the movie. Let's start with Matt.
Let's see. It's about 20, 21. Oh my God, it's 20 years ago. I'm getting old.
Yeah.
So I went to see this with my cousin because we were all into this band at the same time, and we went to Fellowship the year before or whatever, and we went in the movie theater, and people, because they had seen Fellowship, people started to talk about the books. That was a big difference from this and Fellowship. Like there are a lot of like normie fans in there who didn't even read the books yet. But by the time the Two Towers came out, when we walked into the theater, like half the people will say, "Oh, I just read this book last week because I read the first one after the first movie." And so it's like that was the biggest thing to me, was that big change of how many more readers got picked up just by loving the first movie, in an audience type of thing, experience.
About you, Whoopa?
Yeah, I watched this in my living room. This is the first time I watched it. It was really good. I just remember just loving. I think this is the first time I ever saw like fights this epic in scale on the big screen. Like I remember just seeing it and being shocked. Like, oh my gosh. I read the fantasy books before, and you get engrossed there, and obviously Tolkien books the same way, but I don't think I can remember another fantasy movie that did something on so grand a scale as this that had that same effect for me, at least.
Oh yeah, man. Same here, man. I couldn't believe, like, when I first saw Fellowship, I was just super duper impressed with what I saw, and then seeing this movie, this movie did not let me down at all. This movie raised my expectations way further than I expected. So, about you, Flaccid?
Yeah, I don't know if this was the movie that did it for my parents, but I think right around either this one or The Fellowship, we started just going to Lord of the Rings movies right around Christmas time, and then I think we also went to that King Kong that came out in December too, I think. But it was kind of became a family tradition around that time period in my family to go watch a Lord of the Rings movie on Christmas Day because nothing else was open. And I can't remember really seeing them that much in theaters because I was like in middle school, but I do remember this one was like one of the biggest in the extended version, the biggest changes I saw, and I was like, oh, I'm only going to watch extended edition now because I just love this version of it. And you get to see Theoden with his son way more. It's a bigger plot point in here than it was in the original, and just minor changes in it that just make the experience that much better in the extended edition.
Okay, what about you? Geez, I'm getting bombarded by bots or something.
Oh man, you've made it in life.
It's talking about Florida. It's talking about Florida fascism.
Disney is
wow.
right. You did it. You made it.
You
got
made
bots.
it, man. If you got bots, you're in, man. You've made it into the YouTube world. Welcome.
Hold on, we should listen to these bots. They might have something important to tell us.
What's going on in Florida? Is something happening?
Well, there's a fascist in Florida. It must be stopped. I'm listening to the bot.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's working.
Oh, fascism is everywhere now, so we better be careful.
Fascist in Middle Earth, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. What do you think Sauron and Saruman are?
They all are.
Raid them out.
The white hand of supremacy.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
We're going down a weird rabbit hole here.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
So, what about you, Prophet?
Oh, I just remember being there opening night with my brother, just being hyped up, after Fellowship and all that, and then just being there 12. Back when movies actually on opening night came out at midnight, you had to be there and pay the price and stay up late and. Being up till like 4 a.m. and then just not being ready to go to bed because I was all still hyped up from watching the movie. So it was an awesome experience, and like just to bounce off what Phoenix said, a lot more going on in the extended editions for all the characters, but I don't think anybody would argue that the extended editions are the only way to watch these nowadays.
Oh man, like the extent. There's only one way to watch these. And it's the extended editions.
Theoden gets a lot of love in the extended edition for this movie, and it really makes you like Theoden even more. I think, at least me personally.
Oh yeah, like just him just coming back to normal, and then just a few minutes he's in, just like brought tears to my eyes, especially. And when we get to it, the funeral of his son. So.
Oh yeah.
These movies are so beautiful. Like there's just so much, there's just so much heart and humanity put into them.
Yeah.
It's something that I think that anyone, anyone can relate to. So
Now him grieving for his son and all that, just especially if you're a family man, have children of your own, it gets you every time.
yeah, exactly. And what about you, Cosmo James?
Well, crazy enough, I actually saw The Return of the King first. It was randomly, my cousins were watching it, and like, whoa, what's this about? So there's a giant spider, and well, I just started watching it from there. It took me a
Because-
few years before I really started watching. I watched it, and then I watched it with friends, and well, yeah, I actually never knew there was a non-extended cut version of it actually, till I started learning more about it.
So you watched it because there were spiders. There was a giant spider.
It
in
was just a random part when you just hop
Oh.
in like halfway through the movie and you see a giant spider taking on Frodo, and like, what's happening here? So I started watching that, and well, thanks to YouTube, Neurotic and EFAP just talking about it constantly over and over again. You start realizing
yeah.
there's a lot to it, and it's really good.
And what's funny is when you were telling me that another bot called Libra November did its attack too. So I don't know. Maybe the fight for YouTube is only crap. Another one.
Oh my God! There's another-
Scepter Sever.
We're going through the months of the year, man. It looks like November, Libra, September. They can't spell September though, so I guess that shows you how smart they are.
I'm sorry, I brought
this?
friends along.
The Skynet attack, has it started? Is this the end?
I think I you know what I have to assume this is going to be a lifetime fight and stuff. This is something that we have. This is something that we have to live with, for a long time. So
We need John Connor.
John Connor's dead. John Connor's dead. I'm sorry to tell you.
That movie doesn't count.
Oh, that movie doesn't count.
At least
Okay.
Go
it's
back
like-
in time and stop them from filming it.
It's like Indiana Jones. It just doesn't. Three Indiana Joneses and 2 Terminators. I'm good.
Yeah, there's.
I didn't hate the fourth one. There were some funny moments in it, but it was not this. I'll say this much: it was not as good.
Now, which are we counting as the fourth? I know we're on Lord of the Rings, but I'm just curious. Is that Salvation?
Is it
What's the fourth?
Salvation? When they're talking about they're in the future now. I know what's his name.
Yeah,
Batman's
yeah,
in it.
that's
I
Salvation.
can't remember his name right.
I thought they were going to make a sequel to that one. They never did.
I think they were going to.
They did because it flopped.
Hey, another one. Another one. This time's called.
You
I can't
made
say
it.
this out loud.
You have made it.
Oh wow.
You're
Just
just
keep banning
inundated.
them. YouTube should eventually pick up the account, the IP in the background and ban them in the background.
Yeah, I'll have to say this is a lot of fun. I feel alive. So before I go into how I first saw Two Towers, I'm going to say hello to the people in the chat. Let's start with Mr. Jake D. He says Sauron was the hero. The elves conspired to keep Middle-earth from developing technologically. Yeah, sure.
That is out there. You know those videos for Star Wars where they said like the stormtroopers were just innocent victims of terrorism? Those videos.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
find ones like that for Lord of the Rings too. Back.
Yeah. People are
Yeah.
crazy. And input latency says E. Okay, that's a vowel.
E.
What's the number?
Yeah.
And DJ Ronnie G's here. He says, I keep forgetting 8 p.m. is 9 p.m. for me. Yeah, time zones are not fun. And then we have Anono Mas is here. We have Nuff Says here, says hail chat and hail panel. And I don't know if I think this is a bot right here, so I'm just gonna ignore him. And I think that's it.
What's a ghostly pegged? How would you
There's
find
9
that?
people watching.
Oh, and yay, another one. Let's keep
What is
fighting.
it? Input
And Dadman Walking is here. He's real. Welcome. Howdy.
Hello.
So I keep putting them in timeout. It won't let me block them.
Oh, you can't just ban them? I was going to say,
Yeah, YouTube is annoying like that. You can only time them out for like 300 seconds, which is nothing.
Yeah, where's Punkwaddle when you need him?
But what's supposed to happen is their algorithm picks it up and then gets rid of them. It's just not.
Yeah.
happening.
All right. Well, welcome, chat. Feel free to be part of the discussion. You have questions you want us to answer. Once again, you guys on the panel, if you want to address a question, go right ahead. Okay, this is getting ridiculous now.
I would like to know what an input
Punk
latency.
Waddle. I'm gonna dispatch my best warrior, Punk Waddle, to fight the bots, to fight the invading bots.
That's
So-
crazy.
I'm just gonna put in a timeout again.
Um,
All right, so for me, the Two Towers. I saw the Two Towers when it came out. I was I think I was 2002. I was a senior in high school, so it was probably the perfect time. So many things were coming out this time. Star Trek Nemesis came out. I don't know if you guys seen that movie. I actually liked it, except I didn't like how it ended. That came out. I think the Matrix movies were coming out pretty soon. So it was a great time to be. It was great. It was a great time to be a. Oh, geez, again.
Wow, they're popular today. Oh, Snooglib. Oh.
It's okay. We have the mods on the case, except not
Yeah.
me. I'm on
Bots,
union break.
Remind these bots to hit the like button and subscribe while they're
Yeah,
at
hit
it.
hit the
there
hit
you
the
go.
like button.
There you
They
go.
gotta
Make
do
themselves
that.
useful. Yeah.
Well,
do
please
it.
don't hit it. Please don't hit it. I swear we don't want it. Please don't.
So what's up, K2J Extremes here? What is up? So all right, so everyone's telling me the mods will handle it. So all right, so
Let me get into it. You mentioned this before, the 2002. Just to give you an idea what the highest grossing films of that year were, this was number one. Harry
Yes.
Potter and Chamber of Secrets, Spider-Man, Star Wars
yeah.
Episode 2, Men in Black 2, Die Another Day, Signs, Ice Age, and those are the top 8 films. I mean, those are all films we watch today over and over again. You know what I mean? It's like, crazy.
Yeah. And they were all. I mean, yeah. I didn't see Ice Age, but I did see like a lot of. I did see Spider-Man. Great movie. Just rewatched it recently for the first time in years. Still a great movie. Yeah. Episode 2 is my least favorite of the prequels, but and it actually kind of did put me to sleep for part of the movie, especially the Naboo sequence. But this movie, Two Towers, was the best movie of that year by far.
Yeah.
So. I couldn't believe what I saw. I just came out of the theater. I was just like, "Wow! I wanted to watch this again." And I actually saw this with we went on a weekend. I saw this with my parents. So my brother was like in grade school at the time, and my dad loved this movie. My mom did not. My mom did not like this movie.
What's wrong with
so-
your mom? No, I'm just kidding.
No, she's not into this type of stuff. But
Yeah.
she did years later. She did like Game of Thrones. So who knows?
No.
So
Not
Yeah, go
enough
ahead.
not enough bare-chested man without shirts and stuff like that, rippling muscles. Is that it?
I have no idea. I would not know. I would not know.
I do have to say this movie spawned one of my favorite video games too. You got that Two Towers video game by EA. I love that game so many. I played that so many times.
I never played that. Is that like what kind of game is this? Like RPG?
It's like a side-scrolling action I don't know if you call it action RPG. It's like a side-scroller, I guess action RPG, but yeah.
So it's not like God of War or anything like that.
No. You just basically play one of the characters, Aragorn, Legolas, or Gimli, and you you can play Gandalf too, but you're basically just going through major parts in the movie and just basically ripping orcs apart, defending Helm's Deep, and it's pretty damn cool. I gotta say, I love that game. I think you can play it on Steam now. I don't know.
Yeah, that's I have not played it. I'll have to watch some videos and take a quick look because I don't think I've seen it. I've seen it on the shelf. I just
fun.
never played it.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun.
So so for me, I saw the movie. I couldn't believe I saw it, and what was cool back then was Fellowship came out in 2001, so I was a junior, and then I find out about this new edition, this newer edition that they released it's always 11 months to the date later than when the film first came out, so they always released them in like November, I believe, of the following year. So Fellowship came out, and I finally saw all of like all the additional stuff they added or they put in for Fellowship of the Ring. So all those additional scenes. And then it led, then that for a month, that was like the month before, and then a month later, these movies came out. And then, of course, the best time was seeing this version, Two Towers Extended, a month before seeing Return of the King. And I couldn't believe how much they left out of Two Towers and stuff. So I was actually pretty interested in how this movie began because, like last time, Fellowship ended with basically Boromir defending. Well, actually, you know what? I'll let Whoopa. Whoopa, why don't you recap what happened? What was the last? Where did we leave off? What loose ends need to be made from Fellowship of the Ring?
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, away from we had, because that was the end. The Boromir got stabbed. He was diagnosed with death. But
Sean Bean. He got
Yes.
Sean Bean syndrome.
yep, he did not make it, sadly. And then Merry and Pippin were kidnapped by the orcs to take back to Saruman. Sam and Frodo sailed across the lake to go to Mordor. And not the lake, the river, sorry. Wrong body of water.
That's fine. You're doing
Um,
good.
and then Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas went to hunt some orc.
Yeah, let's hunt some orc. Yeah, I love that. And yeah, and that's how the movie ends. So that we see Frodo and Sam are on the edge of the cliff, and they're looking towards Mordor. They have to pass through the crags of, was it Emyn Muil, I believe, and then you see the dead marshes further on, and then you see Mordor. You see the mounds that protect Mordor and stuff. So that's where we left off. So I was curious how this movie would begin. I thought this movie would begin simply with Frodo and Sam, continuing on their journey. No, that is not what happens. So right here, I'm like, we're outside the Misty Mountains, and we're kind of hearing from the outside in. We're hearing Gandalf. We're reliving that scene where Gandalf, takes on, or Gandalf is protecting or is on the bridge and protecting the others while the Balrog is trying to attack and stuff. So what's funny was here, this time, Gandalf gets, same thing happens. Gandalf, gets pulled down. He's holding on. But this time, you hear Frodo scream, "No!" before Gandalf lets go. And then it goes into like a God of War type of boss fight. Now, this was years before God of War ever came out. But when I watched it now, it made me think of those God of War boss fights where you're in free fall and you're fighting whoever in midair and stuff. Doesn't it make you guys think of that a little bit? If you ever played the God of War games?
Oh, definitely. I just remember being off the edge of my seat, just being ready for it. I'm like, oh, this is going to be fantastic. I was ready for it.
I could not believe what I was saying. I did not think we would ever see this. So
no, it was, man. Rumble under Middle Earth was awesome.
I could not believe. It was so cool. He's like, Gandalf is still up. He's still alive. He didn't die. He's just going down like a boss. He catches the sword. He manages to retrieve the sword in midair, and he starts stabbing it in the head. And then they keep fighting in midair until they land in the lake. And of course, then that's where Frodo wakes up and he's like, Gandalf. So it made me wonder, was this real? Or was this all in Frodo's dream? Okay. So I'm curious what you guys think of that.
Well, let me go last then, because I want to tell you something from that Peter Jackson said. Well, that's all last.
Go ahead, cousin.
Oh, I was gonna say, when I was rewatching that scene, I actually got goosebumps and chills just watching it because it was such a badass moment of him just going down on the Balrog and stuff like that. I didn't think it was a dream. I was most likely it was real, but I didn't think it would start off, seeing Gandalf go at it. That was pretty cool.
So I was listening to, because another YouTuber's been streaming discussions of Lord of the Rings. I'm sure you've never heard of him. He's called the Critical Drinker. Yeah, very good YouTuber though. But he's been doing this too. And I was listening to I was listening to his Two Towers stream that he did with a bunch of people. And one thing that he said that interests me, I want to ask the panelists and chat. I want to ask you guys this too. He feels that they should not have put this scene in the beginning of the movie. And I'm curious what you guys think of that. Do you guys think that it diminishes from Gandalf's return, or the scene where Gandalf, reveals and comes back?
You want me
Go
to say
ahead, man.
now or wait till everyone's done?
Well, I'll go. I don't care. I like it there. It didn't diminish anything for me, and I had read the books after the movie, so I had no idea Gandalf was what was going on with Gandalf. So I love the scene. I mean, right where it was, I wouldn't change a thing about it. And I choose
So did
to
you
believe
think?
it was
So
real,
did
so.
so you as a viewer, did you think that Gandalf was going to come back based on what we see here?
No, not no. I had no idea what was going on. I thought it was done and gone. I thought that was it.
Oh, okay. Anybody else?
So
I didn't hate it. I could see why he would say that because it would diminish and everything.
Well,
but
he didn't
also,
hate it. He just felt it didn't belong in the beginning.
Oh, I see. Well, I figured they did it just so they could hook people into the movie, so they won't be so dry at the beginning. It starts off right where it left off. Also, it'll be a good refresher on starting off. Like, oh, okay, this is what happened from the end, kind of, and now we're getting some snippets of it. What happened? Kind of could see him coming back, but I wasn't sure yet until he comes back as White. But that's way into the movie until you see him coming back.
Yeah, definitely.
okay, so in the book, if you're not going to get this on the first read through, I know Critical Drinkers read the book quite a few times. Maybe not like I have. You can see sort of verbal clues that Gandalf isn't dead in the Fellowship, right? But they're not something you'll get the first couple of reads through. And in the movies, Jackson was saying that without this scene, Gandalf just appears in the middle of the film, and the last time was everyone thinking he's dead, and he was of two minds. He was like, do I want to surprise the audience and take them out of the story flow in one way, or do I want to plant a little seed of Gandalf so people have him in their mind, even if it looks like a dream where Frodo's having a dream, like a nightmare, so he's not, it's not totally discordant when you get to that point where Gandalf actually appears. That was kind of what Jackson was doing with this little clip. And I get what Critical Drinker was saying, but I also get why Jackson wanted it very early on, and in a way that could be interpreted, is Gandalf really alive or not? But let's sort of plant the seed of Gandalf so he doesn't just break your suspension of disbelief when you get to that scene where he does appear.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So, chat, just to reiterate, I was asking the panel, I'm asking you guys too, if you feel that this scene where Gandalf is fighting the Balrog in Freefall, if you feel it belongs in the beginning, because something Critical Drinker said, he felt like it probably should not have been the beginning of the movie. The thing was, and I'll say this, everyone else on the panel disagreed. So, and honestly, I actually thought this was awesome. Like, it just got me so much more into the movie. So yeah, I felt like this definitely belonged. And the thing was, this wasn't the first seed that they laid when it comes to Gandalf potentially being alive. If you remember in Fellowship, and this is something even I didn't notice until I watched the movie last time, taking thorough notes of, taking account of everything that's being said. Galadriel says, when they arrive, she's like, because they say they're like, oh, Gandalf fell. And the thing that she says is, we do not know, nobody knows what his true purpose was, or whether or not it was fulfilled. So that kind of, to me, was a sign, a seed. It was not something that you would easily figure out, but after the fact, it kind of seemed like that.
That was one of the things I was talking about. Not everybody picks it up on the first pass through the book.
I didn't. I watched the movie millions of times. And I didn't pick that up until I, was preparing for these streams. So it's awesome. Like it's so awesome what you can take away from you just separate different viewings. There's always something different to take away. And that's what makes these movies great. So.
Yeah, it was a really cool scene. I think even just the shot of the Misty Mountains at first was beautiful looking. And then the beginning of that fight, when he catches his sword in midair and you hear like the whirring, like and he catches it,
Well,
and like, ooh, so
Well,
excited.
I think the whole dream aspect too. I mean, you don't get the rest of the fight till later. So I mean, the way it's just lined up is a dream with Frodo. I mean, I don't think there's any reason that it shouldn't be there because if you don't know what's going on with the books, for all you know, it is a dream. I mean, it was a traumatic experience. You would think Frodo's going to have trouble with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, I can
And
definitely see it as a dream also. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dream because in my head canon, Gandalf falls down, and him and the Balrog realize that they just are misunderstood creatures. They fall in love, and then they die on impact. So
You did-
What are we fighting
Oh.
for?
head canon. So.
I thought you were gonna say he rides the Balrog out and they go.
Oh, they ride in a sense. If you can read what I'm saying there.
Does he milk the Balrog for green titty milk and drinks it while he's falling down?
They take turns.
Oh,
Pulls
yeah,
out
I
a
can see
pistol and
that.
swings the Balrog.
They're real bros, you know. It's kind of like that scene in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. By the time they like realize, hey, we're actually friends, they just die, like the whale.
I still
just like
have not. I still have not seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So,
Did you read it?
Oh, spoiler alert!
nope, never read it either. So
There's-
before,
I'm the same. I haven't seen it or read it. I need to watch it. Or
yeah,
read it.
I have the I bought the book. I have to take the time to read it and stuff. So, before I go any further, I just want to say hello to Cringe. He says, "Sup nerds, I have not seen you before, so welcome. Thanks for coming by." And some guy named Pacific 414. Subscribe to him because I get residuals. Actually, that's not true. I just say that. And and of course, Star Wars guys. If you haven't subscribed to them, check them out too.
Cringe is the one I went to see the Two Towers with, and Fellowship of the Ring and the Return of the King.
Oh, cool. What? He says, "I choose the opposite." Okay.
Yeah, he's like that.
Yep, that's what friends are for. That's what friends do. So he says it's pronounced Crean Gay. Crean Gay. Okay. All right, so I took like 12, 13 pages of notes just for disc 1. So you guys ready to go forward and stuff?
Let's go. Let's do this.
All right. So we get through this. We already get through the we get through this portion of the movie, and we are in Emyn Muil, the Crags, which is basically amazing stuff. So Frodo wakes up. I already said that Frodo and Sam are climbing down with the elven rope. And one thing, I don't know if this was in the extended version, but Sam drops a container. And we find out that this little container contains spices, all the great stuff of home from the Shire. And Frodo looks at him, and he's like, "What is this?" He's like, "Well, in case, we, make maybe roasted chicken or something." And he's like, "My dear Sam." So,
Sam is a national treasure. That's why.
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
So
he's a real bro.
so they're climbing down the rope and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, it's too bad we can't take this rope with us because they climb down." And well, let's just say the rope, because it's elven rope, and because anything that's elven or elvish is magical. Well, it kind of unties itself. It unbinds itself to the rock that it was tied to up there. So they get the rope back. So.
Yeah, it was nice seeing that because I believe that was an extended scene, right?
I don't know. I honestly, it's been so long since I've seen the theatrical version that I don't even remember.
It was
I
an
don't
extended scene. I'm almost
Was it?
positive it's extended. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It was nice to see that because I'm pretty sure, other than that, the only time we ever see the elven rope is to used as a leash for Gollum.
Yeah, is that why Gollum screams, "It burns, precious"?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
It's
Gollum
nice
was
to
into
see
it. He's into
actually
that.
used.
He's into that kink.
So we find out that they're lost. Sam is like, "We are lost. I don't think Gandalf meant for us to come this way." And of course, Frodo is like, "Hey, Gandalf isn't meant for a lot of things to happen." and of course, the ring. He gets a little bit of a spasm from the ring. I think we see a little bit. We see Sauron really quickly, and then of course he gets a little bit of a spasm from the pain of the ring and stuff, really quickly, and then of course, I don't think anything happens after that of note, but I think then they sit down, and they eat the lembas bread.
Yeah.
And
What do we have to eat? Oh, well, we have lembas bread, and oh look,
and
more
more
lembas
lembas bread. And of course, I think Frodo says his famous "Nothing dampens your spirit, Sam." And
What do
then
you think
right
bread
after
tastes
that,
like? I always visualized it as like a big crouton.
yeah,
I think
it probably.
it's wheat bread. That's what I think of.
I think it's just like flatbread, like that you would get from like a Middle Eastern, from one of those Middle Eastern places where you get shish kebabs and all that stuff, and pitas and whatever. I kind of think of it as a pita bread, but
Okay.
after one bite, it binds to you like chicken and like whole wheat combined with a million grams of fiber, something like that. So these lembas breads have a lot of fiber, hence why you take a single bite and you're full.
I wouldn't want too much fiber on this chip.
That's just my interpretation of Tolkien's legendarium. A single little one.
Healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Well, I mean, it's elven. I mean, aren't they the epitome? Aren't they the epitome of health? Like they're all tall and they're thin and really fast. They can walk on water, and Legolas can walk on snow. At least in the book, he can. So.
Yeah, they don't poop, so it's fine.
Exactly. So.
If an elf poops in the woods, they really have
No.
something like that.
So I believe after like Frodo says nothing dampens your spirit, Sam. I think it starts to rain. Okay, that's the scene where he clutches. Here it starts to rain and they're freezing. It's cold. It's just like this is not the journey. This is not what you'd expect from. This is like you go out, you set out on a journey. You don't think you're gonna be caught in the rain and be just suffering just from the simple fact that you're gonna get cold and stuff. So as opposed to there being no orcs, no present danger and stuff. But oh my gosh, somebody tipped me $5. Salty Texas C, thank you for tipping me $5. I don't know if I'll have to see if you sent a message. I don't have it set up where I can see messages.
Don't read his message. He's not a good guy. I'm joking. I love
Flaccid says not good. Okay. But yeah, thank you so much, Salty. If you haven't subscribed to Salty Texas C, subscribe to him. He does pop culture, and he's a great YouTuber. Definitely check him out. He does live streams every Monday, I think, or is it Tuesday? I don't know. I forget. So my bad for not remembering. But he does. They do really. Him and Zach do a lot of good content. So check them out. They do a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff and comics and whatnot. So. Where were we at? So we find out that they're going in circles. They figure out that they're going in circles after the next morning, and they smell something. Something stinks, and of course, Frodo basically says, "Hey, we're not alone." So it's this evening we finally meet Gollum. Gollum has finally appeared, not from far away, but from up close for the first time. So we actually get to see how he looks. And I'll be honest, for 2001 or for 2002, he looks pretty darn good, don't you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it does look pretty sharp and still good compared to a lot of CGI nowadays.
So basically, he tries to sneak up on him. I'm guessing he means to kill him, or did he? Do you guys think he was going to kill them and then take the ring, or do you think he was just try to take the ring without killing them? I think it's the former. I think he was going to kill them and try to take the ring.
Whatever it
kill
takes,
them in their sleep. So
probably kill them.
Yeah.
And take it.
I mean, he basically ate orcs for hundreds of years. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
So-
can see that. Yeah, but I'm sure Frodo and Sam knew he was around, so they were faking sleep faking.
Yeah, so of course they kind of they wake up and then they try to restrain him. Gollum is actually pretty what do you call it where they're really quick and really strong at the same time, limber or something. He's really strong, like he can basically he's going for Frodo in the ring, and Sam is trying to pull him off of him, and then I think he gets Sam into like a lock or something. And then that's when Frodo comes in and basically sticks. Here, this is basically where Frodo sticks Sting and Sting. He has Sting pointed at his throat and stuff. He's like, "You've seen this before, haven't you, Gollum?" And then of course, Gollum gets upset and he starts to moan because that's what Gollum does. And that's page 1. So now we're on page 2 of my lovely notes. So Gollum surrenders, and he's now their captive. So now they have the ring. Now they have the rope. They have the rope on him right here, and he's like, "It burns, precious." And you go from being free to being tied to a leash with elven rope and stuff. So Sam and this is where Sam and Frodo start to disagree on stuff. So Sam sees Gollum for what he is. Sam sees Gollum for what he is. He's basically he has nothing left but lies and deceit, and the only thing that he really truly cares about is the ring and getting it back. And Frodo, on the other hand, despite knowing this, says, "Hey, we keep getting lost. We're never going to get to Mordor at this rate. We need a guide." And so they decide to use Gollum as a guide. So I have a question. If you guys were in that situation, what would you do? Would you take the risk and have Gollum as a guide, or would you go with Sam and tie him up somewhere and leave him?
I don't know.
That's a tough one because he's crazy and all he wants. You've heard the stories of him, right? At this point, but at this point, you're sort of going around in circles and have almost no choice because you don't know where you're going. So I guess at this point, the risk outweighs the reward outweighs the risk because they feel they're in control and they're dying. They're gonna die anyways if they don't figure out where they're going because they're just going in circles. So.
Yeah, because their food, they only have a finite amount of food and water, and of course they're in the vicinity of Mordor, and let's just face it, everything is poison. Everything is poison near Mordor. So, at least I think it is.
Well, I've never killed anyone, so I probably wouldn't be able to kill him. So
even the air is poison in Mordor. Good lord.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Actually,
it's like Australia.
I just don't know how you can trust him because his motivations don't line up with yours. It's different if somehow you knew that they both were going to the same destination, or they kind of wanted the ring in a certain area, but then once they get there, then there's going to be a little quarrel. But this is like, dude, he wants the ring, and he doesn't care who he has to kill. So, yeah, this is a huge gamble, but it pays off. So.
Yeah, well, Frodo is already corrupted a bit, so I'm sure he already has somewhat of a link to Gollum. And yeah, it's true, they're desperate. I would probably have to work with him for now, the enemy of my enemy type of situation.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because he's not allied with Mordor or Sauron or the Nazgul. He's just as afraid of them as Frodo and Sam are and stuff. So
also remember,
go ahead.
Gandalf told Frodo. Remember they're talking about why he didn't kill Gollum way back in the beginning. It was pay that stayed his hand type of thing.
Yeah.
And, Frodo knows Gollum was the ring bearer. That's him. That if Frodo has that ring for too much longer, he's going to be the next Gollum. So there's a lot of sort of psychological BS going.
You don't know what type of kinship he feels towards him, and wow, that could have been me, or that could be me. If I was in his position, would I want somebody to just off me? There could be some of that going in his head too.
Yeah, we learned that. We learned that later in the disc that he's like, I need to. He's like, because Frodo's really afraid of what this ring's going to ultimately do to him, and even if they do destroy it, the ring doesn't like the experience kind of still stays with him, and he feels that he needs to know that if Gollum can come back. And he says this to Sam like later in the way later in the movie, or later in the disc. I mean, not in the movie, in the disc. So,
just cut his tongue out, cut off his hands, and then use him as a guide. There you go, problem solved.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Hey, you're not wrong though. I mean, that's probably just point. All I need to do is point.
Just leave him like a dog. Like just
it.
Yep.
Just point.
Come on, let's
just
go.
point, dude. Let's go.
Yes,
Cut off the leg to
because
your dog?
what does Gollum do? He just screams and he complains, and he disses
Sounds
fish
like
and
my
chips.
wife.
He disses fish and chips. And later in the thing, he's like, even you couldn't say no to that.
Gollum
Oh,
did
yes,
save
we-
Frodo, so I'm not gonna vouch for Gollum, but he did save Frodo from the bog situation.
Oh, he saved them on multiple occasions. So I mean,
Yeah.
even Gollum is not necessarily Smeagol. I think it was Smeagol. So
Smeagol.
I'm going to refer to Gollum as the evil Mr. Hyde portion of his personality, and I'm going to refer to Smeagol as the Dr. Jekyll. So I mean, as we see later in the movie, he has basically he has dual personality. He has a dual personality and stuff. So I don't know if that came from being isolated in the caves all those for 500 years. That could be it, or maybe it was something he was always like. Maybe he always had something like that. Who knows? So Gollum kind of runs off. So we're almost at the end of the scene. Gollum kind of runs off, and he screams, and he's like. Then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, he got away from us," and then oh nope. Then he comes back. He's like, "Come on, hobbits, this way," and then that's the end of the scene in the crag. And of course, yeah, they take the. He beckons Frodo. He tries to appeal to Frodo's empathy or humanity to take off the rope and act as a guide. So I didn't write that down. Shame on me. So now he basically pledges to Frodo as his master and stuff. So they kind of run off, and we're back. So now. They managed to get out of the crag and stuff, and now we're at Frodo and Merry now. So these are the orcs that kidnapped them at the end of Fellowship.
Merry and Pippin, not Frodo and Merry.
What'd I say? Frodo and Merry? Oh, I meant Merry and Pippin. Yeah, my bad.
They all look alike. That's racist, though. But
No,
it's true. They all look alike.
Wow.
No.
Matter, man.
So, all right.
The bot was right. We're racist.
So
Okay.
I believe we're in Rohan now, or we're in the what is it called? The Ritter Mark or something, whatever they call it. And so here's the Uruk-hai, and we get Pippin. Pippin is awake. Merry is out cold for some reason. It looks like he has a nice little gash in the head, and of course he's like, give him water or something, help him get up. And what do? They take their, I don't know what they call it, the drink that they have. It looks like syrup. It looks like a syrupy draft, and they called it medicine. So they called it medicine. They kind of poured it in his throat. They're like, if you don't shut up, you don't keep quiet, I'm going to pour this down your throat too. So so that's and they basically, oh, hey, we smell man flesh. Hey, they're hot on our heels. And then of course they end up speeding up. And what does Pippin do as a result? As the result of them speeding up, Pippin throws down his leaf, I believe, his little the little clasp that he has for his cloak. Isn't that what it is?
Yeah. Yep, the little elvish
Yeah,
thing they got. Now they meet with the orcs right now. They're from Saruman, or they're Sauron's orcs, right? That they meet in this pass here, and that's like extended, or it's a longer scene in the extended edition, right?
They're still Sarumans. They're the white hand ones.
Are they? Yeah, because they explain a little bit more. At least they go into detail, kind of like the building tension between the two factions, the orcs and the Uruk-hai right here, which I enjoy because when they tear apart each other later on, it makes more sense.
In the book, the orcs, the regular ones, knew that Sauron had bred the Uruk-hai to replace them. So there was a lot of resentment there. And then when Saruman started breeding Uruk-hai to humans, that was another degree of resentment. In the movies, they basically have Saruman as having made Uruk-hai, and that's why they're just opposite factions, so to speak. You know?
Aren't they half men too? Aren't they partially men? The
That's
Uruk-hai,
what,
or are they all orc?
Uruk-hai, well, orcs and Uruk-hai were derived from elves. Uruk-hai Saruman bred Uruk-hai with men, the Dunlondians, and somewhere in Helm's Deep, one of the dudes he named. Oh no, or is that Minas Tirith? He calls them half orcs. So half.
I've heard the term orc men used.
That's the same thing. Orc men and
Okay.
half orcs. I can't remember the guy's name. It's either at the Battle of Minas Tirith when they first encounter them, or at one of the battles. There's a dude there who says, "Oh, those are Saruman's orc men," or something like that in the book, and they're different from the regular Uruk-hai because they can go out in the daylight even more than regular Uruk-hai.
So those other orcs were not Uruk-hai, right? Because when I think Uruk-hai, they're generally bigger. They have like the long hair and stuff. They look more imposing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bigger and they can go out in daylight.
As opposed to like there's the I call him the leg orc, the one that wants to eat Pippin's leg or something. He's like, what about the legs? They don't need those.
They're just regular.
And then he keeps going after them. He gets impaled by the Rohirrim, but that doesn't stop him from going after him. He doesn't die until Treebeard stomps him. And I know this is way down the line, but I don't think he's Uruk-hai, right? Those are just normal
he's an orc,
orcs.
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
I love the character design difference or the race differences where you have like this alpha Chad Uruk-hai versus like the beta simp.
Yeah.
These little
and what's funny is they resent each other. Like, you know, it's so funny. You see it right away and stuff.
Yeah, I think orcs are racist. Uruk-hai don't care.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
I think that's the bot was trying to warn us about with that orcs.
And of course, we get back and we finally see Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, and and we find out that they've been running for 3 days.
By the way, so it might come up eventually. Sauron did the same thing with the trolls. Trolls normally can't even go into sunlight, turning to stone. Uruk-hai are trolls that can go into sunlight. That Sauron bred as well to increase his military capability.
So the trolls that we see in Return of the King, they are impervious to sunlight, right? Like
but they don't instantly turn to stone.
Okay, yeah. Now I was just curious if, like, you know, they just like completely made a forecast, and there's a forecast. You know, there's clouds up there, and I was wondering if that was the reason why. Like, you know, the orcs were able to move outside during the day, and of course the trolls were not turned into.
If the daylight would have mattered, Gandalf in the book can literally make time move faster. That's how he gets them in the Hobbit. If you read the old text, he makes time pass fast enough for the trolls not to even know sunlight's coming.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Then.
That would have been a quick minute. Me just hear it.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sun, boom. You know.
Yeah.
Godzillionaire says you have the Uruk-hai and the Uruk-lo. But
Got him.
Okay, so let's see. All right, so Salty. So Salty says I have to read what he says. So I have not seen. I'm opening my thing right now. So. But yeah, like, so we find out that they've been running. They've been running for like 3 days now. No sleep, no food, no nothing and stuff. So
you ain't had nothing but maggoty bread for 3 stinking days.
yeah, that's not that's the orcs. That was the orcs. I'm talking about Gimli and Legolas and stuff.
Oh, whoops. Never mind. Pretend I said that like 5 minutes later.
Yeah, and they're constantly running. Gimli is tired. He's behind everybody and stuff. So, yeah. And by the way, we have a new member. We have someone We have someone come in right now. What's up, Paul?
Doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Doing well.
I'm surprised you made it.
Yeah, of course, I told you earlier I had a special church service to go to tonight, but I made it home in time to be almost an hour late.
We're like 10 minutes in.
10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. Yeah, so you're
Awesome.
good.
Well,
Yeah, we got to
doing
Legolas. We got to Legolas and Gimli and Aragorn for the first time in the movie. So
yeah, this is my favorite of the Lord of the Rings movies, so there's no way I was gonna miss this one.
yeah, so Paul, tell us, how did you see the Two Towers for the first time?
I saw the Two Towers for the first time the same way that I saw the Fellowship of the Ring, rented on DVD from our local mom and pop movie rental store. And I remember that there were certain scenes, because I saw this when I was in like second grade. I remember that there were certain scenes that Mom and Dad made me close my eyes for. We haven't gotten to them yet, if I understand where you guys are in the story. But scenes like when the Uruk-hai cannibalize that one orc, and then the Rohirrim come in and slaughter all the orcs, as well as when Frodo and Sam are traveling through the dead marshes, and Frodo falls in the water, and the ghosts start attacking him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty scary.
Definitely not
Sounds
there
like
yet.
your parents are no fun.
Yeah, listen, my parents did not care what kind of stuff I saw as long as it wasn't boobs. That's the
You
only
guys
thing
are-
they cared about.
You guys are aging me though. All these rentals for the first time. I was at the movies. My God.
Yeah, my parents didn't care what I watched,
Yeah.
which sometimes backfired because then I watched like The Invisible Man when I was 5 and didn't sleep forever. So
My family would torture me to watch Child's Play. This is why I hate dolls now. So yeah,
I've never seen either of those movies. And I don't want to.
Well, you know who plays Chucky? The same
Mark
guy,
Hamill?
the same actor that plays Wormtongue in this movie. Brad
Really?
Dourif.
Really?
That's him. That's him.
Wow.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
and he is.
Looks better as the doll. No, sorry.
Yeah,
Burn.
you're not wrong there, but I'll say this: he's a great actor. Like everything that I've seen him in, he elevates. So like he was in Alien Resurrection. He elevated that movie. I want to see Exorcist 3. I hear he elevated that one. Obviously, to me, he is Chucky. So
He's a fantastic actor. Absolutely.
he plays the Betazoid serial killer Lon Suter in Star Trek Voyager and stuff. And he has a great arc too. So I mean, I like a lot of the roles that he's done. So, but yeah, going back to I couldn't find your message, Salty. So I'll have to look for it and stuff.
Yes,
So.
another $10, Salty. You heard it.
So basically we hear the quote, "Not idly do the leaves of Lorien fall." So they find Pippin's the little leaf clasp that Pippin dropped. So they figure out that they need to speed up since they're less than a day behind the orcs. They think this kind of basically reveals to them that the hobbits could be alive. So Gimli is still struggling to keep up. And he says, "I'm wasted on cross country. We dwarves are natural sprinters."
Very dangerous over short distances.
Yes.
that's true.
Now, I want to point something out with this little bit they're doing, and they kind of do it well in the movie too. They're running, I think it's like, what is it, Lee? 3 miles, like something like 20 miles a day, just in the daytime, in full armor, for 3 straight days, and now Gimli's tired. So,
Yeah,
wow.
it's great. Well, considering Aragorn is more than just a human, and
well, yeah, he's a
Legolas
full-blooded
is-
Norman, so
yeah. Well, it's hard to remember because he just sort of looks human. So, but he's got more than that on his side. Legolas is an elf, and poor Gimli, keeping up with the two of them. He's a Chad.
I mean, Aragorn
Yeah.
can't be more than 80,
He's 81.
Yeah, exactly.
87.
Aha. I should have known that. I just watched it. Forgot.
Mm-hmm.
I actually liked how much comedy in this movie was. It's not bad. It wasn't forced or anything, but it's there sprinkled around and like, oh, this is fun. It's situational comedy, and it's done very well. Actually, I was just laughing half the time, just enjoying my ride.
Once again, it doesn't have that stupid humor where they have to. It's like that Marvel humor where they have to stop and make a dumb joke at the wrong time and stuff. You know, it's stuff like that I just roll my eyes at. The stuff that we laugh at in this movie is relatable. Like I can buy it and it's funny. It's just naturally funny and stuff. So
yeah, it works in the context
of the film or whatever. You know, it's in the context of what they're doing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And we don't have a pop song coming out of nowhere every other second.
I'm pretty sure
they set up some of the jokes, like in what's called Moria, when he's like, "You don't toss me," or like, "You never toss a dwarf." And then he's like, and then this one he goes, "You don't have to toss me." And then he looks at him. Yeah, it's funny because it's set up.
Yeah,
and don't tell the elf.
Yeah,
Not a word.
Yeah, I think I can't speak apparently. I count Gimli, Merry and Pippin with a good bit of my comedy leanings from this movie. They've established my sense of humor.
Did you see Salty? He tipped another $5. I don't know if it's for another message or anything.
Yeah, I'm not finding the message. I'm going into my PayPal and I'm not seeing the message. So
was it on your stream elements? I think they show on your stream elements, right?
I'm all right. Stream elements.
Yeah,
I'll have to look up stream elements. I'm not used to getting donations.
You're a grifter, man. Come
Yeah.
on.
I guess I am.
You gotta be better at grifting. Come on.
Well, Salty, thank you for the donation.
Salty made up a new
I'll
word.
find your messages. I'll read them.
Whatever T-ice is, that's two T-ice.
Okay, let's see.
That's twice this far, shooter.
Okay, all right, okay. I found it. All right. First one that he sent, Salty Texas C says, "I wonder if people will ever say, 'Let's hear about Frodo and the Ring.' And they'll say, 'Yes, that's one of my favorite stories. Frodo was really courageous, wasn't he, Dad?' 'Yes, my boy, the most famousest of hobbits.' And that's saying a lot." That was his first one. And then this is the second one. "I wish it need not have happened in my time," said Frodo. "So do I," said Gandalf, "and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us." Yeah, and that's an end quote. That is one of the most important things about this movie, is that we as people live during different times. And I have to say this: I'm thankful I have not lived during the Second World War, especially if you were living in Europe, Eastern Europe, in like 1942 or 1943. It'd be a nightmare. It was a nightmare to live. You were living in constant fear. I can't imagine what that would be like. So,
oh, you're in luck. Oh my God.
Third World War. Yeah, you made it just in time, so don't worry.
There's a place in Florida I'm being heard by these bots that might give you a little taste of what you're thinking about.
But yeah, but once again, thank you. I will keep the Streamlabs open from here on. From now on, when I keep when I'm doing streams and stuff. So I'll have to learn how to get it to appear like everyone else learns how to get it to appear on their screen. So I have to figure out how to do that. So
yeah.
All right. So So where were we? We're talking about. What were we talking about? Gimli and.
Yeah, Gimli sprinting.
Yeah, Gimli's a natural sprinter. So they arrive at Rohan, home of the Horse Lords, and they say they figure out some evil gives the orcs speed, and of course that evil is Saruman. And then of course he's like, Aragorn's like, "Legolas, what do you see?" He's like, they're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
I think he says that for about 2 hours, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so too.
That is literally the birth of that meme, and you got all kids basically. I mean, but that during that time period, that stupid fucking they're off to Isengard. They would take cooking shows and put that to it, and email it to you. It was insanely. Oh my god!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know exactly.
Then before YouTube banned it, there was the 72-hour clip of that.
Oh
This
wow.
whole made. Yeah.
So we are now. We are now in Isengard, and we see Saruman's machinations once again. So Saruman is once again deep in the enemy's council. He declares the union of the two towers. You know, you get because his tower, Orthanc, and Barad-dûr. Sauron.
Roll
Get
the
it?
credits.
Okay. Ding. And together, and Saruman, for some dumb reason, he didn't listen to Gandalf. He thinks that they're going to rule Middle Earth together. Come on, Gandalf told you
husband
he
and
was
wife.
right. Exactly. Oh yeah, I mean
Well, the towers
Gandalf,
got married. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Why not?
Union. Yeah, union. Exactly. So
I'm reading between the lines.
and of course, we hear this, and I've been writing down more quotes for this stream. So he says, "The old world will burn in the fires of industry. The forests will fall. A new order will rise. We will drive the machine of war with the sword and the spear and the iron fists of the orc." So they're basically forging more weapons and more armor, and they're breeding more orcs underground. So as a result of all this, Saruman basically declares to to his henchmen, or I'll call him the logistical orc. He's like, I need all these orcs. I need all the orcs armed and ready for battle to march in 2 weeks or a fortnight. And the Mr. Logistical Orc says, "There's not enough. There's not enough. I forget what does he say. There's not enough to arm them all and stuff. There's not enough trees to keep the fires going." So what does Saruman do? He basically instructs them to build a dam and to use Fangorn Forest to keep the operation going. So he says, "Burn it." So I'm sure now if this was written by, and I love to make fun of people who write movies and stuff today, but if this was done by someone today, they just forget about it. There'd be no payoff to this. They just kind of forget.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so they're basically breeding more orcs. They're forging more weapons, and there's going to be a battle in this movie. Not in this stream, no. I didn't get that. We're not going to get that far. So we're back inside Orthanc in the tower, and we see. I think this is a deleted. This I believe was a deleted scene. So we see a wild man. The wild man, I think he was the leader. The wild man basically swears to Saruman, and the way he swears is the way a Klingon would swear if you've watched any Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, or TNG. So he basically takes a blade and he just cuts down the palm of his hand, and then just and of course bleeds. Of course bleeds his own blood. Like in
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
yeah, exactly.
Dodgeball?
Yeah, like in Dodgeball. So
Oh, I love that movie.
That's one
yes.
thing that I thought was interesting about this whole narration, which was awesome. But just kind of like, you do have him saying like, "Oh, we can rule together," or calling Sauron his lord, making Saruman seem like the lesser in there. But also, like with these wild men, like he's not making them swear to the ring or anything. He's making them swear to him personally. That's always kind of wondering. It kind of makes his intentions fully unclear. Like, is he trying to serve Sauron, or is he trying to?
I
kinda
think to a
rest
certain
his own
degree, Saruman was indeed on the side of Sauron. He certainly was not on the side of the White Council, but I think in secret he was looking for the ring himself, so that if he got the ring, he could then overthrow Sauron, and he becomes the Dark Lord.
No.
Yeah, that's basically that's his book. That's basically his book counterpart. His book counterpart wanted the ring for himself. But I'll let you, Matt. I'll let you take this on.
Yeah, and that was a big change from the book to the movie. Saruman, there was no pretense about him. He was like, "I want the ring. I'm going to be the new Dark Lord," and he was planning to go to war with Sauron. And there's a line somewhere in the books. It's coming up in the books part of what we're going to see. where they're like, we're trapped between Sauron and Saruman. We can't wage war against both of them, and it's pretty obvious. There's no, and I get why they changed it for the movie. They had to simplify the plot somewhat. Like way at the beginning, we mentioned there's so much in this book. I don't even think, even in the extended version, half the book still wasn't there.
Yeah. So basically, these wild men are basically people that live in like the western hills and stuff. They're basically the hill people, and they've been living. They basically just live off the land. They're very poor. There's a lot of old resentments between them and the horse lords, the Rohirrim of Rohan and stuff. So what does and Saruman basically uses this for his advantage. He basically forms a mob, and he basically he walks out there amongst them. They're all holding torches like typical mobs do, and he basically sows division in Rohan. He emboldens the hill people to take back the lands the horsemen stole from them, and to burn every village and stuff. And I didn't realize this, but they're called the Dunlondians. And they basically remind me of, and if I said this in the chat before, I apologize, but basically they remind me of the Hill People. If you've ever seen the first season of Game of Thrones, or read the first book, the people that Tyrion Lannister kind of takes under his wing because of because he gets caught by these people and promises them weapons. It's basically the same thing. So we lost Prophet for a second. Did you get a prophecy? Is something is something good going to happen?
Of dumb idiocy clicking. Yeah, my bad. Just clicking around, clicked the wrong button. My bad. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. So
the eye was focused on me. I had to run.
One of my favorite scenes is this part where Saruman is like hyping up the crowd. These Dunlin people, and then like as he's like telling them like. They forced you into the lands. They, forced you into the hills. They took everything from you. And then there's one guy. They do zoom up on. He's just like murderers. Just like escalates the whole situation.
I mean, funny look at
like,
this.
This guy, I'm like, no one said they murdered anybody. You're the one saying that. It's just funny. I don't know. You almost get Fed vibes off him.
Is this Peter Jack? I think this is Peter Jackson right here. I think that's Peter Jackson. Right in the center, right next to Christopher Lee. Mm-hmm. He looks like he's the one that screamed out murder. Maybe he's the one that screamed out murderer. Okay,
I love that.
I wonder if he has a carrot. The question is, does he have a carrot in his pocket? Is he going to eat a carrot after this? Because that's what he does in Bree. Maybe he came all this way from Bree just to say murderer and stuff, and see Christopher Lee, and then go back. Oh. I mean, wouldn't you travel all this way to see Christopher Lee? I would.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
And then they say if that is him, then sadly we know that he does not make it alive to the next movie.
Yeah, and I'll say this: I love Christopher Lee's performance as Saruman. It's funny that he was promised the role of Gandalf by Tolkien himself, but like once again, like he was 80. I think he was in his late 70s, so he couldn't really do a lot of the physical demands that would be required of Gandalf and stuff. But then again, he never plays heroes. He always plays villains. So Saruman would be perfect for Christopher Lee.
Yeah,
and that voice.
Yeah, he just nailed this. I could imagine it any different personally.
I don't disagree with most of what you just said, but he does play quite a few heroes, like in the Hammer films and such. He's not always a villain actor.
Yeah, okay. I have to be honest. I've not seen a lot of the. I have not seen any of the Hammer films.
I mean,
I've only seen the beginning of Evil. Was it Evil of Dracula or the first? Horror of Dracula. Sorry.
He's Dooku and Saruman. I mean, what else do you need? I mean,
that is very true.
First movie I saw him in was Gremlins 2. He played Professor. He was not Professor. He was like the scientist. I forget what his name was. It was a funny name.
He was.
Yeah, that was the first time I've ever seen him in a movie. And he was even back then. Even back then, I knew he was like, oh, this guy's made for bad. He's a bad guy. Even I knew as a 5-year-old when that movie came out. So, but yeah, so they're all like, hey, we will die for Saruman, blah blah blah, and I don't know about you guys, but like I know for the rest of the movie, we don't really see these guys again. Like we just see them burn. They basically go ahead and they burn the village with the mother and the boy and his sister and stuff. The mother basically sends the boy to the boy and the sister to Edoras. That's the mother right here. And she's got like, you gotta warn them about, you have to set the alarm and stuff because they're burning everything. We don't really see them. We don't see the men or those Dunlondians for the rest of the movie. I don't think. I think that's pretty much it. So
Yeah.
I know I read what happens to them in the book and stuff, but we don't really get much of a payoff with them. Like, I don't think they were in the battle, right?
In the books, don't the Dunlandians help Sauron with the scouring of the Shire at the very end?
There aren't a lot of the Dunlondians and his Uruk-hai, the half orcs. I mean, there aren't a lot of them left after all of this, and he takes them with him to the Shire from Scouring. There aren't a lot of them to begin with. And remember, we're not dealing with Rohan is not Gondor. Like, Gondor has like millions of people. Rohan is like hill tribes versus a couple of large groups of cavalry, so to speak. It's a much smaller scale area than Gondor.
Yeah, they don't have they don't have the magnificent cities of Minas Tirith. They have that tiny little fortress city of Edoras, which looks nothing like anything from Numenor.
That's the biggest city in Rohan.
Sauron was kind of right when he says, "What is the house of Eorl but a thatched barn where brigands drink in the reek and the children roll around with the dogs?"
When does he say that?
He says it in He says it in the book at the end of the Two Towers book, the Aragorn half, right when he loses his power.
Oh, okay.
And in the movies, he says it in Return of the King Special Edition before he dies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can't wait to reread that. That was a great chapter, where Gandalf basically destroys Saruman's staff. The only difference was Saruman doesn't die in that chapter. Saruman doesn't die until, like you said, the scouring of the Shire. So I would say, the scouring of the Shire happened, but it doesn't because they killed Saruman in that very same scene. So, going back to this. So the village is being burned. Mom sends her son, and the son's name I believe is Eothane, and his sister's name is Freda, and they need to ride to Edoras to raise the alarm. People are fleeing, and everybody's getting slain. The village is burned and stuff. So this is getting real. War is coming for Rohan. So we go a little bit further, and I believe this was another deleted scene that they didn't include. And we see the after effects of a battle. It's basically, I looked this up. This was the Battle of the Isen Ford. The Isen's a river that goes along Isengard and Rohan and stuff. So they find the king's son. The king was leading a battle. His son's name is Theodred. And the Rohirrim find him, and they basically take him back to Edoras. You have something to say?
He's very badly hurt.
Yes. Yeah, this is Theodred right here. So I believe he got stabbed in the gut. I believe in the book he was already slain by the time they found him. Am I right?
I want to say yes. I haven't read the books,
I'm not sure.
I'm going to say yes.
All right, so they bring him.
Now he's Theodred, but he's in danger of being Theodead.
Aha.
Oh my gosh, Whoopa. I think we need to banish Whoopa from the kingdom of Nerdporeal under pain of being in the Pokeball.
I liked it.
Actually,
I don't know. I thought it was good.
I know I'm
my
kidding.
type of humor.
So they bring him back. We see Eowyn for the first time. Basically, she's upset that her cousin is, mortally wounded. And here we meet, this is him, Brad Dourif himself, Wormtongue.
So was I the only one that got the idea that he actually killed him in his sleep? Because that's what I got from it.
I could see that.
It probably isn't, but that's what I had a feeling that he was so slimy, he just, killed him in his sleep just to,
It was that line that he had where he's like, "Oh,
yeah, that line.
I'm like,
oh no, he died. Whoa, who just saw that coming?"
Yeah.
I think
He
Peter
probably
Jackson
didn't,
said that there was some insinuations Wormtongue did the coup de grace ultimately.
Yeah.
Do you think
They
he
didn't-
snuck up and spooned with him a little bit, then killed him, or how do you think he did it?
I think if anything, maybe he had. I think if anything, he would have snuck up on him while he was sneaking, and just knifed to the chest.
I'm surprised I didn't find any like residue, slime, ectoplasm all over the place. Because that
figure-
man is greasy.
You
Yes,
figure with
he
someone
is.
you figure with someone slimy like Wormtongue who does not have the means to he's not strong like the warriors of Rohan are, so he's more of a politician. So you
Yeah.
would think he would be more prone to poison
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. So
Potentially,
at least that,
but also, I mean, it's not like his target was not a particularly hard one.
Yeah, if he did do it, allegedly.
And
Yeah.
what you said about the poison, Nerdporeal, there's a quote in the Clone Wars I'm reminded of. Poison is the politician's favorite weapon.
yes.
Until they want to use little warm alien things to kill you. For
And I
some
don't
reason.
want to sound sexist,
yeah.
but this comes directly out of the Game of Thrones book. But poison is a woman's weapon.
Should have just sent Chucky after him. I mean,
Yeah,
I
yep.
would've
Yeah, there you
done
go.
Right. If he had that power, I don't know.
Maybe this is what maybe Chucky is maybe he gets reincarnated as I forget the Chucky's character name or the
Yeah.
I can't remember
his character's
either.
name.
His
Charles
great
something.
great grandfather.
Exactly, from
There's-
Middle
there-
Earth.
There's also a part of
Remember
this
it.
story that J.R.R. Tolkien never says, where Wormtongue actually frames Kirk and McCoy for Theodred's murder and gets them sent to Rurapenthe to stop the Kidamur Accords.
Wow. That would be a
Yeah,
hell of a
Wormtongue got
crossover. If hey anybody, if you write comics, this would be the perfect thing. Do it. I want to
Then-
read that story.
Then Wormtongue found the Necronomicon, and he read from the book, summoned the dead. You know how he goes.
So that's how he gets to the world. That's how he gets to our world from the world of Middle Earth, the Necronomicon.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense
Yeah.
now.
Okay, I never thought of that.
He's the
I'll
one
send
who
a
built
link in
house
the
that
chat.
killed people dead, he built the house there that Ash got trapped in.
So basically, yeah. So Eowyn and Eomer are both at the bedside, and of course they tell Theoden. They basically tell King Theoden that that his son is mortally wounded and stuff. And if you take a look at Theoden, maybe I can get a nice clear shot of him. But he looks like he's dead. Like he's pale. He just looks like a husk of a
He
man and stuff.
chose poorly.
It's kind of what he looks like. That's
Yeah, I
kind of
can
what
see
he
it.
looks like. So basically, Wormtongue is basically whispering in the king's ear, and Eomer basically reports that orcs are basically going around murdering and pillaging and burning unchecked and unchallenged, and of course Wormtongue accuses him of malcontent and warmongering, and of course that's when he grabs Wormtongue's face and he's like, "How long has it been since Saruman bought you? What was the price? Until we're all dead, you could take your share of the treasure." Well, I was thinking about him, like, we know what that treasure is, and because especially the way he looks at Eowyn, he wants Eowyn for himself, basically. Wormtongue's basically a creeper. He's a creeper, and he just continually just torments her. He's like, "You're alone. You're nothing without me." Blah blah blah, and it's just nobody likes him. Like nobody likes this guy whatsoever and stuff.
Gee, I
And
wonder what.
he took the temptation of getting whatever he wanted from Saruman, and that's basically what happened to him. So, but as a result of what Eomer's doing and accusing or basically saying everything that's on his mind, Wormtongue's men basically pull him out. They beat him and they throw him out, and apparently the king signed a decree saying that Eomer and his men are banished forthwith from the kingdom of Rohan under pain of death if they should ever return and stuff. So
And we talked about that before. That's the deviance from the books. In the books, he imprisoned Eomer, Eomer was actually there during the whole freeing Theoden bit, and the sword that Theoden gets isn't Theoden's sword because Wormtongue got rid of that. It's Eomer giving him his own sword.
Okay, you're talking about the sword that Theoden uses when he goes back to normal and stuff?
Wormtongue destroyed it or got rid of it on purpose. And when Gandalf says you need your sword in your hand, Eomer presents his own sword to Theoden.
Does Theoden's sword by any chance have a name? Because I know like some of the...
Harrowgrim.
Harrowgrim. Okay. Interesting. So, all right. So we're so basically once again, Aemir gets thrown out, and we're back in the fields, and we see Aragorn, and we see further pursuit. Gimli's behind. He's running, and he's saying, "Keep breathing, keep breathing." And Legolas says, "The Uruks are moving like the whips of their masters are right behind them." So, so that's a quick scene, and then we're back to the Urukai this nighttime, and they're like, "We're not going any further till we've had a breather." And then they throw Merry and Pippin down, and then Merry's like, I think we should have stayed in the Shire, Pippin." I wouldn't blame him. I would not want to be in that situation. So the orcs get a fire. He's like, "Get a fire going," and so they start cutting down the trees. And you know where they are? They're basically near they're basically in Fangorn Forest. And of course, the orcs are hungry. And Whoopa, I will let you say what the orcs are thinking.
We've had nothing but maggoty bread for 3 stinking days.
Yeah, why can't we have some meats? What about them? They're fresh.
They are not for eating.
And of course,
I don't need those.
True fact, they don't need the legs.
This is great. I did not write that whole scene down, but one of the first orc, the one that Paul was doing, basically tries to approach him, and the Urukai beheads him. And what does the Urukai say after he kills that orc?
Looks like mate's back on the menu, boys.
And then they tear him apart. Yeah, then they tear him. Then they completely gut him and tear him apart and stuff.
Like you see,
that's when I know this
flying.
This movie had everything, even cannibalism. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So while meat's back on the menu, Pippin and Merry try to slip away, but the creepy orc, the one that wants to eat their legs, wants to take their legs, follows them.
Hold on. There is a scene we missed where Merry and Pippin notice the trees are acting weird, and Merry recounts an old tale that he heard back in the Shire about there being a certain forest where there's something in the water that, quote, makes the trees grow tall and come alive. Trees that could whisper, talk to each other, and even move.
Yeah, that's true.
Independent fact checkers have determined that it's false.
I don't think
misinformation in the Shire.
I don't think I'll ever let this one down, Master Paul.
Too much Shire weed. Yeah. No.
Yeah, but that's all true. They talk about the trees moving and stuff, just like in Buckland and stuff. They try to slip away, and that creepy orc who wants to eat their leg basically. They basically, I think, tackles one of them and tries he's like, "What are you going to do? You're going to scream? Nobody's going to save you."
He really wants to eat their legs.
I know,
really bad.
I know.
really bad.
There's a leg fetish.
And so luckily Deus Ex Rohirrim, basically the Rohirrim come and save the day by basically slaughtering all the orcs there. And I think they impale that one orc, but he's still alive because as we're about to see later, he goes after them. But the way the scene ends is Pippin is laying on the ground, and there's one of the horses about to stomp on him, and then it cuts. So does Pippin survive? Well, let's keep going and find out.
You want to put bets on it?
Yeah, let's put bets.
I bet 25,000 Quatlus.
Okay. If it's too bad Quatloons are not accepted here, this is not the planet Triskelion,
What about two Smeckles?
Maybe. What's that from?
Oh, Rick and Morty. Smeckles.
I have not watched Rick and Morty, so that's on me. So, okay, so back to Aragorn. We're in the Riddermark, and it's sunrise. And the first thing we hear is Legolas saying, "Blood has been spilt this night." And then we see the Rohirrim approaching. And of course, Aragorn screams, "Riders of Rohan, what news of the mark?" And then, of course, the riders turn around and encompass them. Éomer begins to question them, saying, "Who are they, and what do they want, and why are they here?" And of course, Gimli, being Gimli, basically says, "I'll give you my name if you give me yours."
Give me your name, Horsemaster, or I shall give you mine.
And of course, then Éomer threatens the dwarf with beheading, but he's too small to behead.
Yeah.
and Legolas is like, Legolas basically reacts right away. He's like, "You'll die before you can draw your sword," or whatever. And then Aragorn's like, "Jeez, really?" He's like, "Okay, guys, I'm Aragorn. I'm Aragorn, son of Arathorn," and he basically diffuses the situation, and basically wins over Éomer and the Rohirrim. And basically, Aragorn and the rest basically learn about what's going on with Theoden, how Theoden doesn't know friend from foe anymore, and they basically they confirm that they slain the Uruk-hai party that they were pursuing, and they're like asking, "Are there hobbits? Did you see 2 hobbits with them?" And they're like, "Who?" And then Aragorn's like, "Well, they'd be small, only children to your eyes and stuff." And they're like, "Sorry, we didn't leave any alive." And so they're completely freaked out about this, and they're concerned that it might be true. And I think what's said is, "Look for your friends, but do not trust to hope. It has forsaken these lands." I just love the dialogue I just love this dialogue. It's just man.
Yeah.
It is.
And Rohan, at least in these movies, I don't know necessarily in the books, but they're just so edgy, and I think that's why I always liked them.
Yeah.
And of course, the guy that plays Éomer, like everyone of this cast, just perfect casting and acting.
Well, I always lose track.
Yeah, Carl Urban.
Yeah, I always lose track that Carl Urban's in this movie because it's just like I see Éomer and I think Éomer.
You know, it's funny. You know what I just saw recently with Carl Urban that I've never seen before? I finally saw Dread.
Oh yeah, that was a good movie.
Oh yeah,
And
it was
dude,
great.
I could not believe what I saw. I'm surprised they didn't make a follow-up to that. Did the movie fail in the box
Yeah, it
office or
didn't
something?
make any
Yeah,
money.
it bombed.
Bombed
Yeah.
hard.
Oh,
And
it
you
made
know-
a little money, but it didn't make enough for them to do a follow-up.
And you know who the villain was? It was Cersei. It was Cersei from Game of Thrones was the villain of that movie.
Yeah, the exact
funny.
same villain as the show. She transported from one movie to the show.
I could not believe what was going on in that movie. Like, they're in a high-rise and they're just throwing people off the top of the building and stuff. I'm like, geez Louise.
Oh, and the way he killed her at the end with the like the ultra slow death, so to speak, I was like, wow, that's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
they stick you with this drug that makes you experience time really slow, and then they just throw you down so you feel like you're falling forever and stuff. It's like one of the worst things you could do to someone. Make them
it wasn't the
contemplate
worst.
their death.
Pretty bad, but I don't want to say it's the worst.
Just
Okay,
one
maybe
point
not,
about
but-
the scene here. So the reason in the book Gimli was hostile to Éomer, there was some lines about they look like elves because they have the cloaks of Lorien and all that, and so Éomer insulted Galadriel. And Gimli, of course, is a Galadriel fanboy at this point, so
Yeah.
he threatened to basically kill him for it.
And
a
if I
simp.
remember correctly, it's because, and I've listened. This came from the Drinkers stream. Basically, it was Celeborn who was the dick to Gimli, but it was Galadriel who basically welcomed Gimli into their kingdom and stuff. So that's why.
There's symbiogy. I don't know if we talked about it last time, but according to like the lore, so to speak, Fëanor was inspired to make Silmarils from Galadriel's hair. He asked her for some strands of her hair, and she said no, because she sensed how evil he was. And then Tolkien wrote how giving Gimli 3 hairs, like 3 Silmarils, because of how good she sensed he was. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of sort of build up there, and like Gimli was pure-hearted, but gruff is kind of what you're getting out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Gimli is just the world's best ladies man.
Heck
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So the Rohirrim, to keep going forward, the Rohirrim basically depart. They go, I believe they go northbound and stuff.
One second. I have a scene in my head now, because Gimli was the only dwarf to ever go to the Undying Lands, with him walking up the Fëanor and waving the 3 hairs in his face.
Does he go to the Undying Lands?
Yeah.
Yes, he does with Legolas.
Okay, so they leave. I'm guessing they leave much later though, after
Yes.
Frodo and
Yeah.
Gandalf and all of them.
Of course, they live way longer than anyone else. That's still there.
Doesn't Sam go too? Sam goes to the Undying Lands too, doesn't he?
He does, but much later.
Yeah.
It's still centuries and centuries for all the elves to leave. Like, if you follow the timeline of the real world, it's like another, I don't know if Tolkien specifies exactly, but like 500 or 1,000 years later than all the elves are finally gone from that.
So who does not go to the Undying Lands? Obviously Aragorn, because he stays to be King
Arwen.
Elisar.
Arwen
of
doesn't.
course.
Well, Arwen becomes mortal, so she stays.
And I think Merry and Pippin Merry and Pippin never go, right?
Yeah, they stay. The ring bearers go because they get relief from the damage of the ring in the Undying Lands, and Gimli gets to go because of his pure-heartedness, and him and Legolas were the first dwarf elf friendship ever. It was kind of like a reward.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. I definitely have to. I need to keep reading. I'm still on. I'm only on the Old Forest chapter of Fellowship right now. So, okay. So Rohirrim have departed northbound. So they go to the site right here that we see, where they basically, they slaughtered all the Uruk-hai, and they basically burned all the bodies and stuff, creating pyres and whatnot. So Aragorn goes to the site. They all go to the site, and of course the orcs are burning everywhere. And Gimli is digging through the. Gimli is basically digging through the bodies, and he finds one of their belts. He finds one of their belts right here, and it kind of confirms to them that they might not be alive and stuff. So Gimli basically is freaked out. He says we failed him. Legolas is praying in Elvish, and of course we see a very profound scene where Aragorn basically kicks a helm on the ground and starts screaming, and you feel it because you never see Aragorn act like that.
You feel like he
Trivia.
broke his foot. Yeah.
Yep. He broke
Yeah,
his foot in real life.
he broke his foot. So Sean
Yeah.
Astin steps in glass when he's trying to swim or when he's going into the river and stuff in Fellowship, and now Viggo Mortensen breaks his leg kicking a helm. That must have been a hell of a kick.
Well, he's a method actor. He's
Well,
really
just-
Exactly.
Well, and just think about how nice the props are. I mean, that's a real. I mean, to break your foot on a helmet, I mean, that's a good prop.
Yeah. So basically, Aragorn, using his skills as a ranger, basically reads the ground, and he basically determines that the hobbits basically managed to kind of slip away during all the excitement. So as Aragorn's investigating this, they cut back to what actually happened. So we see Pippin again, and we see back when the horse is about to hit him, but of course the horse misses him. He rolls over, and once again Aragorn's going through. He finds that their bonds have been cut, so they're no longer bound, and they're basically trying to run away. And they figure out that they've kind of fled into the forest. And while they're being, here's Merry and Pippin, they fled into the forest. But Mr. I want to eat your leg is still alive, and he's still coming after them. And so basically, he basically grabs Merry, pulls him down. And we find out Pippin, basically, one of the trees opens their eyes and comes to life, and it freaks Pippin out and stuff.
One quick thing about this scene. The way that Pippin shouts at Merry is just the most awkward thing. It's literally, Merry!
Yeah, it was Merry and then, yeah.
As if it was slow motion, but it's not.
Well, kind of building on that, I was a little annoyed by this sequence because we've seen Merry and Pippin fight before. I mean, they were grabbing friggin' rocks when Boromir was dying. They're in the forest here. Now all of a sudden they're cowards running away from one orc. You know, I thought it was a little inconsistent. I know they were tired and whatever, but once they were by themselves and kind of like nowhere else to go, my impression was they would have fought back against him better than they did. And then the scream, like you said, the sort of shrilly scream, I was a little annoyed by this sequencing.
Well, I don't know. It took quite a lot to get them motivated to fight. I mean, it took the death of Boromir, but I guess you're right to a point. There, it's either fight or die. So I guess it's sort of the same sort of consequences: act or die.
Well, I mean, they've shown through several sequences they're not afraid to fight. Now, I can understand running away when they're near the orc camp, right? But now they've gotten some distance, and I was like, if you're going to have them not fight, there should be some more orcs chasing them, or there should be more wounded or something. You know, I was like going through the sequencing when I watched it. Obviously not the first time, because no, you see the second or third time I remember where more of these stuff come from. I'm like, okay, we're trying to figure out what the director was doing and all that, you know.
Would you say it would be kind of contrived just to force them to get scared and have the tree come save them, or just
no?
More
I was okay with
moment?
the save. It was, it's hard to explain sometimes. Like, I like to be into a movie, like immersed, and things that are inconsistent, like something out of nowhere, like I lose my immersion, so I lose my enjoyment, and I have to try. It's like you're, well, if you ever play sports. Like when I would wrestle in high school, really into it and going, all of a sudden your coach stops you and then you're out of it. How do I get back into it? The adrenaline's gone or whatever. Same thing with kind of watching a movie. You gotta get into it and and then when you get into it, you don't want to get out of it. And then when you get out of it, you're like, oh, how do I get it back?
Yeah, there's a lot of like dumb things that they do in current movies and stuff that just like in TV shows that just pulls you out of it because you just don't believe what's going on. You just don't buy it.
Like every single thing in the Book of Boba Fett.
Can we not talk about shitty stuff?
There's a book of Boba Fett. All right, so
I thought it was Mando season 3.
Well,
so
all
right, so let's keep trudging forward. So they're in the forest, and of course, the orc guy. The orc guy is basically threatening to kill them, and of course we hear Merry, and then this tree comes to life, opens his eyes, and the first thing he does is he grabs Pippin. Pippin's already in the tree. Pippin's already up there, so he grabs Pippin, and he goes and he stomps on the leg orc guy. If they had names for these characters, I'd say their names, but they don't. So I'm making up my own names as I'm going along.
You really wanted that oddity.
Especially orcs.
They use Orcs 177B or something like that in the credits.
Yeah. So he's like, "Run, Merry, run!" And of course, the tree basically grabs Merry as well. And now both of them are being held by this tree that can walk and talk. There he is. And they're like, the tree's alive. Why is the tree alive? Tree? I'm no tree. I am an ant. Treebeard, some call me. Don't talk to it, Merry. Don't talk to it, Merry. Don't give it any ideas. Stupid Pippin.
So, as much as I said I was out of immersed, from here when Treebeard is on the screen, this whole next act of the film is my favorite part of all three of these films. Everything with Treebeard in this movie, I love. And Jackson caught this so well, even if different plotting-wise from the book, the nature of this character and how he interacts. And obviously, John Rhys Davies doing the voice, so people didn't know that.
Don't be hasty, Matt.
Yeah, I was totally into this, like just totally.
Yeah, I mean, like I loved from what I've watched so far. I loved his take. Like I don't know if this was a extended scene or a deleted scene, but when he's basically telling the tree poetry and stuff, I thought that was beautiful.
Well, it's such a sad story too with the ant lives. like the way
Yeah.
even the book and the movie, like even the book and the movie, like there's a pervading sense of loss that obviously comes from Tolkien's experience with World War One, right, and his son in World War Two and all that. But like we know the First Age before it was corrupted was a beautiful place and whatever, and throughout time the wars and Sauron continuing, and Treebeard's sort of lament is like, you know what I mean? It's like more of that sense of loss that just keeps building. That something's going away that can't ever come back. You know?
Yeah, and it's yeah. You hear his story, you hear his take and stuff, and it's very sad. He's like, they ask him like, whose side are you on? He's like, I am on nobody's side, since nobody's on my side. Nobody cares for woods anymore. Little orcs. Sorry. Never heard of. And then they're like, we're not orcs, we're hobbits, halflings, shire folk. He's like, never heard of hobbits. Sounds like orc mischief to me. And then the white wizard will know. And they're like, holy crap, he's taking us to Saruman, right? Because there's no other white wizard, right? Right.
I love that whole line with Treebeard, because Treebeard, I agree with Matt saying Treebeard is just so cool of a character in this, and it's represented really well. And I just love that. They come with fire, they come with axes, biting, gnawing, breaking, hacking, burning.
Yeah.
I just love that whole, like,
with the
reverb that they have with the in the voices that they use for the ends. It sounds so cool.
It's another great performance by John Rhys Davies, same guy that plays Gimli. So yeah, it's the same actor. So yeah, and so basically they drop he drops Merry and Pippin in front of Saruman, but we don't see Saruman's face. So is that really him? Well, I guess we'll find out. But yeah, that was a great little segment and stuff. But we have to once again go back to Frodo and Sam and Smeagol this time, and right now they are in the Dead Marshes. So they got past.
See, we let you out. Very lucky we found you.
Yes.
I had to get that in since I wasn't there when we first see Gollum.
Yep. So Smeagol led them out of the crag maze and now are in a massive bog. And only Smeagol knows the safest route across. So he basically tells us that the orcs never use it. They simply go around for miles and miles. And they just simply don't know about the safe route to get across and stuff. And of course, another thing to note is that the place is extremely quiet. Like there's no birds whatsoever. And Smeagol's like, there's no birdses, no crunchable birdses. And then we see Smeagol and he's famished. So he basically takes a worm and just slurps it like a noodle. And to the disgust of Sam.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Frodo decides to be kind because that's the type of person Frodo is, and he gives him a piece of lembas bread. It tries to choke us. We must starve, because...
We'll starve then. And good riddance.
And then Smeagol tries to garner sympathy from Frodo as opposed to Sam. And he basically tries to connect by saying, the ring is powerful and it stays with us and stuff. And he keeps getting closer and closer to the point where Frodo's like, get away from me. It's just weird, like how people just keep because of what the ring is like and stuff. Everybody just keeps getting closer and closer. Just like slowly getting slowly advancing on him. It's just creepy and stuff. I would hate that to be me. But then again, I don't want to be controlled by a ring.
Just get addicted to meth. You'll probably have the same side effects.
Oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about that.
Thinking people are always around the corner coming after you.
Yeah, it's like we lost somebody. I think we lost the Woopa. The Woopa went back. I think Woopa went back to his Pokeball. Or no, he got caught. The Woopa got caught by another Pokemon trainer. So
I'm sure he'll be back. He'll break out at the ball.
Yeah. Oh, he's right here. Hey, you came back. We thought you got caught by, we thought you got caught by a Pokemon trainer.
Yeah, they tried. No, I just have too many tabs open, so I tried to click back on this tab and click the X instead.
Hey, I did the
Yeah,
same
I've done
thing.
that.
That's just what I did.
Whoops.
So going forward, they carry on. Sam notices the preserved corpses of men and elves in the bog from a battle long ago. So I'm guessing it's the same battle from beginning of Fellowship, the last alliance of elves and men. I'm guessing, because I believe that was where one of the battles took place.
No,
It's not that.
This is the battle of, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Dagorlad. The battle you saw at the beginning of the Lord of the Rings was the siege of Barad-dûr. This is the battle where they fought their way into Mordor, and then eventually
But it's the same war, right? Same war.
The same war. The last
Okay.
one. And this battle, interestingly enough, and the swamp you're talking about. Okay, Tolkien in World War One. What's the battle? The battle of Somi. However, the first battle where tanks were used. The corpses of people were piling up so bad in the craters from the tanks. That was imagery that stuck with Tolkien for the rest of his life. And this swamp, because the bodies couldn't even be collected until the battle was over, this swamp is kind of like written like that, his experience of that field.
Oh, I see.
He never even states in the book why the bodies can't be removed and are preserved and why they haunt that field. He just leaves it out there. And Christopher told me, he said, my father never told me why he wrote the scene this way, never will alter it.
Interesting. I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's I mean that's war, and so every time you read Lord of the Rings and you read these type of stories, this comes from someone who's experienced hell and stuff, because that's what war is basically. So but then again, also war, there's a lot of sitting around not doing anything, so he was probably thinking about thinking about all the poetry he's read, all the mythology he's read, going to school. And he just started thinking of his own mythology and stuff, his own stories. And then that's where this legendarium, I'm guessing, stemmed from being in the war.
And then Amazon bought it and made everyone black. The end.
Well, it's obviously his experience has tempered the sense of loss we were talking about before, because World War I was the first, also, I guess you would say, industrial war. It wasn't just a bunch of dudes going. This is a funny thing. I don't know if you guys are into military history or not, but when there were battles in the past, you see people on the side watching like it was a spectator sport.
And they lined up and they shot each other basically.
Well, that went away with rifles. That was earlier. Like in the Civil War, they'd have these mass bloody battles where they're mud and gutting each other, and then half a mile away on a hill, there'd be a bunch of people, civilians, just having a picnic up there watching like it was a TV show. And that's how war was until the Industrial War happened, and then they would start blowing the hell out of the entire battlefield, and no one would get near it, and no one wanted to watch piles of corpses with their arms ripped off, bleeding. I have vivid images because my grandfather was World War II, and I have a lot of the stories, But it's Industrial War was a thing, but.
Well, I mean, didn't they start having machine guns, Gatling guns around that time?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's something with Tolkien with that too. I don't remember right now. He was in one of the battles. I mean, they were deploying machine guns before that, even decades before. But there was a battle he was in where they had, I guess they had, World War II was trench warfare. I guess I've heard that before, right? So to advance from trench to trench, there were dudes in each trench defending it. Well, starting eventually, they started putting gun emplacements with these machine guns, and waves of dudes would just be wiped out. A good visual depiction of it is in the movie Sergeant York, where these machine gun nests and were taking out dozens and dozens of guys with one swat. And the reason York got his Medal of Honor was because he managed to sneak around by himself and take out 2 or 3 machine gun nests.
Mm-hmm.
And the soldiers weren't prepared to how to deal with that because it was a new thing in warfare to meet that sort of like concrete bunker with machine guns and flamethrowers in it type of thing. sorry to sidetrack you.
No, it's fine. I mean, this is war. I mean, this.
Yeah.
I mean,
his war
yeah.
experiences are totally in everything he writes with this stuff. So it's,
Yeah, I agree. So, okay, so one thing that Smeagol does say to Frodo and them is basically do not follow the lights.
Close your eyes, Paul.
Yes, so Frodo sees a bunch of dead elves, pale, white eyes, opening, and he basically falls into the bog and stuff. And he sees all the spirits in the water, and it's a weird, trippy. To me, it's a weird little trippy sequence and stuff. Because is it like you kind of wonder like, is he seeing this because he has the ring or something, or is this just the nature of is this just the nature of being in the marshes?
I think it's the nature of being in the marshes, personally.
Yeah, so here's Frodo's in the water. There's all the spirits right here. I was really surprised. I was really surprised to see it like that. I don't know if it was so he basically looked at the lights and stuff, and that's kind of why he fell in. I always thought it was because of the ring. I thought the ring had something to do with it. So
the spirits are there haunting that, and Tolkien never explained the mechanism there. But Sauron was a necromancer, the most powerful necromancer there is, and so you can only imagine that the spirits all held there by his power as defense on that side or something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not unbelievable to think that there's a haunted marsh, especially there's like talking trees and stuff. It's ghosts.
The skin of these guys are preserved pretty well too. It's great skincare in the whatever marshes here.
Oh yeah, that's like
they look great. Look great for their age.
Yeah,
they look great for their age.
It kind of looks like they're like under Jello or something.
Yeah. So they're sleeping. Frodo is basically stroking the ring because that's what ring bearers do, I guess. And
Sam alone stroking over there with his ring.
So
keep it down, Frodo. Some of us are trying to sleep.
Jeez. So the Smeagol's off in the distance. Okay, there's his ring. He's stroking it right now. And Smeagol's talking. He's like, "Oh no, he's seeing me doing this." And here's a great little shot right here. So there's Smeagol. He's basically talking to himself because what else does Smeagol or Gollum do? And he's basically like he's pretending he's holding the ring, and Frodo actually goes up to him and says, "Hey, I know." He's like, "I know your name. I know what they used to call you. You were a river folk. You were not so different from a hobbit. You're Smeagol." And I loved how he responds. He's like, "What did you call me?" He's like, "That was your name once." And this seems to be like a very profound moment between Frodo and Smeagol right here. And you would think that with stuff like this, that his Gollum personality would kind of go away at this point. And maybe for a second it did. But
it did, because you notice he always referred to himself in the plural, like don't leave us, precious. But in that moment, it's, what did you call me?
Yes.
And then when he says your name is Smeagol, he's like, my name. So for a moment there, he did slightly revert back to who he was before the ring.
Yeah, and I feel that this was another, even with a character like him. It was another beautiful moment. Just one reason of millions that makes these movies great and stuff. I mean, and look at this. This looks great.
Yeah, it does.
Just seeing, you empathize for this little slimy little character. You empathize with him right now.
And we said this in our Fellowship of the Ring study, but we gotta mention it again. That's actually Andy Serkis there in like a full white bodysuit that they then CGI the Gollum character over. So the facial expressions that we see Gollum making, that's actually Andy Serkis, just digitally altered.
So he's basically wearing the suit and stuff, and he's providing all the motion, and he's providing all the dialogue and stuff. That's his voice, and I don't know how he sounds like that. Here's another thing that I found that was pretty funny. Have you guys ever seen a Disney movie called The Black Cauldron?
No.
Yeah.
I've kind of seen it, but it's been years.
One of the characters in that movie, I think he's an animal character, sounds exactly like Andy Serkis's Gollum. He has that same type of voice, that same type of sound. I thought it was, for a second, I thought it was him, but I looked up, it was a different actor and stuff.
Oh yeah, I could hear it.
Is
So,
anyone else bothered by like the strains of hair on his head? Like, dude, come on, admit that you're bald. Just shave it down, my guy. Reminds me of those people that try to kind of linger onto that hair. Come on.
yeah, you have to, the comb overs. The comb overs.
It would just be
and everything.
annoying, you know? Like, he's walking around, the hair's
Hey.
constantly probably falling in your eyes or mouth, whatever.
Hey, I'm bald and I feel better just like
Just em-
getting it, just taking it all off and stuff.
Just
I feel
embrace it,
better.
yeah.
And, yeah, embrace it, exactly.
He's
Well,
wearing a
you know-
diaper practically. I don't think he cares about his hair.
Right. I mean, I think there's a shortage of barbers in that one cave, you know?
Just pull it out. There's only like 5 there, really.
Are you saying there's no barbershops in the Misty Mountains, Whoopa? Are you serious? There
I
has to
saw
be
the-
at least one.
I saw the
I
trailer of
don't
that new
think-
Rings of Power, and it looks like that one guy, that one new elf is going to a barber. He's got a nice low haircut.
Yeah, he doesn't look like an elf to me, and I don't know. Like
But
it just looks terrible.
Speaking of Gollum's voice, I remember someone mentioned actually these in the chat. The Lord of the Rings video games that came out on PS2, the original Xbox, and the GameCube. I remember playing the Return of the King one, and they had an interview with Andy Serkis on the game, talking a little bit about how, you know, what it's like to have Gollum in the game, and sort of where he got the inspiration for playing Gollum. And he talked about how the voice was actually inspired by his own cats and how they would cough up hairballs, and that's how he got the
Yeah, I
that
remember.
part.
Yeah.
Because you got
I see.
bonus like clips
Thank
for
you.
making like achievements in the game, right? And then you get these little interviews and stuff. Yeah, I remember that. That was good stuff.
Yeah, I have those games, by the way, on an emulator on my computer. So shameless plug for Master Paul's Game Room. I will be streaming those soon.
They're fun as hell, man.
Mhm.
I never played them, so I might have to look into them.
They're
Especially
great.
especially the Return of the King one, playing it multiplayer.
All right. Yeah, I have not. Yeah, once again, I have not played any of the Lord of the Rings games, so that'd be an interesting thing to watch online and stuff. So if you play it, let me know. I'll watch it and stuff.
Yeah.
But what happens next? So we have
Three.
this nice heartwarming scene, and then we hear
Yeah.
the Nazgul. They're
Three.
back. We hear the shriek, and Smeagol's like, "Hide, hide!" And then of course Frodo's stab wound causes him pain again, and he starts reliving Weathertop and stuff. And Sam's like, "I thought they were dead." No, you cannot kill them. No. And we see that the riders no longer ride horses. Now they ride these hideous looking felbies. Holy crap, these things are scary looking. Where is it? These things, it's like, it made me think of the Alien a little bit because you can't really see its face. It just looks like a mouth and teeth. And it just wants to eat you or something, wants
They're
to
so-
bite you or something.
So cool looking, man. They're so awesome
You
looking.
know, this
When
is
I first saw
probably
that, it reminded me of the dragon Vermithrax pejorative for Dragon Slayer. I wonder if the artist had been inspired by that dragon wings for this. You know? I know it's not a dragon, but it's the shape of the wings, you know.
I
I was
never.
gonna say, I know this is probably pretty cringe, but this is legitimately what I thought first time I saw this when I was little. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like Red Eyes Black Dragon.
So
I can see
Master
it.
Paul, you're
I
leaving
won't
me
even
already?
hang it. See it.
Yeah, I do have church in the morning also, and I want to make sure I get a good sleep before that. So,
Are you
Thank
sure we
you.
only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages left, to get through?
well,
Okay.
I
Oh,
would,
no.
but the melatonin gummies say otherwise.
I see.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for having me as always. I will absolutely be back for the next one because, hot take, I actually prefer Helm's Deep over the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, and I will explain why when we get there. So I will see you guys later. Okay.
Yep,
All
that'll
right.
be
Good
that'll be that's confirmed to be next week. So
All right.
do
Oh,
you have a
also,
channel?
I do. Yes, it's called the Star. I have two actually. One is called the Star Wars Guys, and I actually have a really cool stream coming up tomorrow where I have two of my coworkers coming onto the stream that have both watched Star Wars for the first time. Yes, yes, DJ Ronnie D. I am tired, but yeah, they both watched Star Wars for the first time, so they're gonna come on and basically give their perspective on it. I'm going to ask them some questions on it. I'm sure they'll have some questions for me. And then also that same day, actually before my stream, you and I are working on something together here, are we not?
Yeah. Aren't you gonna? Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't you gonna be on the channel with some awesome YouTuber, the greatest YouTuber ever?
Oh, yes.
He's called Nerdporeal, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, which Star Wars did they just watch? All of it, or just like?
Well, I told them at the bare minimum,
They
Just watch the original.
at the
Like the
bare
first-
minimum, watch the original trilogy.
Oh, okay,
If you can fit in the prequels, cool.
Yeah,
And if
don't
you're
worry about
super-
the other
And if
three.
you're super ambitious and you want to watch 7, 8, and 9, that's
Yeah,
acceptable to me too.
Don't
You
need to
want
watch those.
7, 8, 9? Don't.
Don't really need to watch those. All right,
the
I
video
was just
game.
curious.
It's like giving them happiness and then taking it right away.
Play the Lego games. There you go.
Right.
If you have to.
But yes, we're going to be on here, and this was all Nerdporeal's idea. We're going to be talking about the top 5 cheesiest Star Trek The Original Series episodes.
Yeah,
And
episode 4 of Trekporials.
Them's fighting words.
And just as a teaser, brain, what is brain?
Controller, it is not.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that episode so many times. All right, man.
Good night.
Have a good
All right.
night.
You too.
Yep.
See you, man.
Oh, finally. Okay, so let's get back to business. Here are the fell beasts bred by Sauron himself. So apparently, MJ1 Media basically said this right here. The fell beasts were Sauron's effort to revive the dragons. So from what I read about the fell beasts, basically Sauron himself breeds them. He bred them for the ring wraiths and stuff. So.
That's where Melkor and Sauron got almost all their forces. You know, I mean, there were some men who were seduced to darkness, but everything else was something they corrupted or bred or whatever. You know, I mean, the trolls are basically ents that they corrupted.
Yeah. It's crazy. So basically Sam stops Frodo from putting on the ring. So every time the Nazgul show up, Frodo or whoever's the ring bearer always has this urge because of the ring to put it on and stuff, because obviously the ring wants to go back to its master and it's going to manipulate you into thinking you're going to be safe when you put it on when you're actually not. So,
and the closer it gets to Mount Doom, the more powerful it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So once again, so that they wait until the Nazgul flies away, and then of course they're actually really close to the Black A, and that's where they proceed to. So, and that's where the scene ends. So this was a great scene. This was a great little scene and stuff right here. So, so the stakes have just gone higher now. So we're back to Aragorn and his party in Fangorn Forest. They've entered it and stuff. Basically, they're going around. They're looking for Merry and Pippin, and of course, they hear the trees talking. Gimli gets terrified and he raises his axe. And the first thing that Aragorn tells Gimli is to lower your axe. And we find out that the elves were actually the ones that taught the Ents, or the trees, to speak to each other. And then, of course, Gimli says, what would trees have to say to each other, besides the consistency of squirrel droppings? And of course, as they get further, Legolas says, the White Wizard approaches. And then Aragorn's like, okay, this is what's going to happen. We cannot let him speak. If we let him speak, he's going to put a spell on us. And, of course, the White Wizard turns up right behind them. and they try to launch their own little attack and stuff. So Gimli throws his like throwing axe at the wizard to no avail. Legolas tries to shoot it, but the wizard basically deflects it with his staff. And whoops, went too far. And we see a light. We see a light. No,
You ruined it.
there you go.
no.
I love
Spoilers.
this. I love this shot right here. And we hear a little bit of Christopher Lee's voice, and then it slowly segues into Ian McKellen's voice. It is him. It is Gandalf. He's back. He's alive. He's alive. How did he come back? Because I remember in the book he just showed up. He just showed up back. I'm like, where did he come from?
He explains it in the book.
Yeah. I don't think it explained it right away. Like it took some while to get it out of him. Like what exactly happened to him and stuff.
Yeah, he goes over that here, but remember we told him before. There are in the book, if you read the second, third, more than the first time, there are drops that he's not dead. You know what I mean? Little hints or whatever.
Yeah.
In the movie, the only sign was the thing we talked about at the beginning with the dream sequence.
Oh man. So basically, they're like, Gandalf, you're alive, and he's like, he has to think about it. He has to think about it for a while. He's like, yeah, I am Gandalf. He's like, I am Gandalf. I'm also I was Gandalf the Grey. I'm actually. He's like, I'm Saruman, or at least as Saruman should have been. And then, of course, he tells our party that he tells Aragorn and everyone that the hobbits are fine, that Merry and Pippin are safe with Treebeard. And Gandalf kind of goes through what happened to him. So he basically fell through fire and water from the lowest dungeon. Wait, I should show this and not just tell it, but show it too.
But imagine this. Imagine this fight. If he fell into the water and then now he's back top of a mountaintop, like logistically, this is like a battle that went on for feels like maybe days.
Days and days. Yeah.
maybe weeks.
He mentioned the time, how long it took to get back up through the stairs. Back when I used to do fantasy versus forums, like who could be who or whatever, Gandalf and the Balrog hit that lake at terminal velocity and just kept going.
Yes. Yeah.
They shot off on the other side of the world and they went like to China. You're saying?
No, there's a way to calculate it from the book that someone found in appendices. I was impressed. It was like 3 miles or something that they found. I don't remember the number exactly.
So Gandalf fought from the lowest dungeon. Excuse me, the lowest dungeon to the highest peak. He fought the Balrog, and if I get this wrong, let me know. He basically raises his sword, lightning strikes the sword, and then he impales the he impales the Balrog in the chest with that electrical the electrical slash or jab.
That's what happens
and stuff.
In the movie.
Okay.
In the book, they get to the top up there. They blow the top off of the mountain, the peak of the mountain. After they get out there, then Gandalf summons a storm and begins attacking the Balrog with a storm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then they tumble again. He's like, I leave my enemies smote upon the lines. I leave my enemies smoke. I'm going to paraphrase. I left my enemies smoking corpse on the side of the mountain. But,
so I want to read what MJ1 Media says. He says, I wish the flashback showed the slime Balrog and the chase from the foundations of stone to the tower of Zerog Zigul, where the Balrog reignited its flames. I understand why they couldn't, but still.
Yeah, after they hit the lake, the Balrog was extinguished, and then he was running from Gandalf, and then they went up. They found the Endless Stair, I think it's called, which was lost. The dwarves had carved it from the bottom of the world, so to speak, in the nameless tunnel, in tunnels that were carved by things older than anything else. This is actually Gandalf's words. Almost Lovecraftian when he's describing is down there. Nameless things that should not be mentioned, type of stuff. And they climbed all the way up the Endless Stairs because the Balrog had to get back out to reignite itself. Is what the text sort of says.
I see. So it makes me wonder: are Balrogs weak against electrical Pokemon, against Pikachu?
Yeah, I was
Water.
about to say that. I was going to say, yeah, Gandalf gets some help from the great Pikachu in the sky.
The great Pikachu in the sky.
The great Pikachu in the sky. I didn't know there was one
Ah,
of those.
Yeah,
water.
Tolkien wrote about it. Go
God
back and read the books.
Pikachu.
Trust
Oh
me, it's
my
in there.
god.
In the Fellowship, when Gandalf was fighting the Five Nazgul, he was summoning lightning bolts. If you think back to the book, so it's within his nature to, which makes sense because he serves Manwë, who's the Lord of the Sky. It kind of makes sense.
Mhm.
So Gandalf is electric type. Got it.
Yeah.
He's an Electromon.
Gandalf is Thor. All right, got it.
He uses lightning-based chakra.
So the endless stair actually came upon part of the path the Fellowship took halfway up. Okay. I'm trying to remember which one that was.
Can I add something goofy that happened recently that while I'm making jokes, I might as well just get them all out right now? Gimli had his little thing where they're in Fangorn and they see blood and he like takes his finger, tastes it, and he says,
Oh yeah.
"Orc blood." And my first thought watching this again was just like, how much blood has Gimli tried to like be able to taste that and be like, "Yep, that's orc."
Probably because of the way it I don't know.
What other things do you have to do besides taste blood in that
Yeah.
time?
I
mean, you know, in
guess.
video games,
What if it
I mean, I'd
wasn't
taste
orc
it.
blood?
I mean, if it was sitting there, I'd taste it. I don't know if I would go actively pursue orc blood.
Right, that's what I'm
but
saying. I think he
Chipmunk
must have
blood.
had
Ooh.
actively searched out a sampling or something. Like you could have that at the bars.
MJ Media, Manwë is all.
It's Hobbit
Manwë has the
blood.
wolves, the birds, the throne. Read Manwë stuff here, the same stuff.
Who I didn't hear that.
I'm talking to MJ Media. If you follow if you read into what Manwë's stuff is, like all his accoutrements or whatever you want to say, it's basically the same stuff Odin has. He has birds, he has wolves, he rules the sky, he has a throne that lets him see everywhere. That's all Odin.
Okay.
The description of Gandalf most often used visually is based on a picture called Odin the Wanderer. If you want to look that up, but I don't know if Tolkien used that or not when he was describing Gandalf in the books. But like when they did the animation of, the Rankin Bass and all that in the 70s and whatever, that image of Odin the Wanderer permeated Gandalf.
I see. So I always thought so his appearance was based on Odin too. I thought his appearance was based on like Merlin from the Arthur stories, King Arthur stories.
No, this is Old Norse. Merlin is Celtic. This is Old Norse.
Okay.
Norse.
I see. Okay. All right. So basically, Gandalf manages to slay the Balrog right here. So he slays the Balrog, and the Balrog basically falls to its death. And at the same time, darkness and death kind of took Gandalf as well. And he basically dies and then gets resurrected, kind of like Christ a little bit. So he basically comes back and he's here until his task is finished. That what Galadriel talked about in Fellowship, what his true purpose there was. So since Saruman went bad, he's basically was brought back to basically correct and basically fill that role again. So that's basically and it's basically Gandalf's recollection, and they basically meets up. He finds his way back to Fangorn, and he meets Merry and Pippin, and now he's back with with Aragorn and all of them now. So, and now that their task is done, so now Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas have finished their task of trying to go after the hobbits. Now that the hobbits are safe, they have a new task now that Gandalf decrees them. They have to go and they have to basically help the people of Rohan fight Saruman and Isengard and all the orcs and stuff. And so they have to go to he basically, hey, we have to go to Edoras and stuff. So Gimli
how-
being. Go ahead.
Oh no, I think you were about to probably talk about what I was going to do.
Yeah, Gimli basically starts talking about how he's like, finally, we're going to get out of this dank, ugly, disgusting. And then the trees start getting pissed off. And he's like, I mean, quite charming forest. Ugh.
Yeah, and I think those scenes are especially more funny since, John Rhys Davies also voices Treebeard, so it's just like he's scared of himself.
Exactly. And of course, we've seen what the trees are capable of. So seeing Gimli get kind of fearful, and we can laugh at that because we can believe it and stuff. We've seen it. They showed it to us. So, and it's once again, it's humor that you can, get into because it's not, it doesn't pause the movie for a dumb joke or for something stupid that'll take you out of it. So. So basically, we're back to Merry and so apparently Gandalf is basically saying that Merry and Pippin have their own role to play, and that they will awaken a great power in the forest. I wonder what power that is. And Aragorn tells Gandalf, "I missed you. You still speak in riddles." And then, of course, Gandalf once again says, "The Ents will wake for the first time since the Elder Days." So this is a heck of a thing to be experiencing. And of course Gandalf, being Gandalf, basically yells at Gimli saying, "So stop your fretting, Master Dwarf." And of course Gimli's like, "I think this Gandalf is more grumpy."
Oh.
So they make their way outside the forest, and we see Gandalf whistling, and he summons his horse, Shadowfax, a Mira, a white steed, Lord of all horses and a great friend. And I'll be honest, you know what I was thinking of when I saw this scene, seeing him whistling for the horse, and then you see the horse come out of nowhere and come towards him. You know what video game that made me think of?
Ocarina of Time.
That's exactly what it made me think of.
That's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know how you if you played it, I don't know how you couldn't sort of equate it to both.
Yeah, I mean, because Ocarina of Time came out in 1998, so the game was already out for 4 years by the time Two Towers came out. So that was the first thing. That's the first thing I thought when I saw that. So, and that just brought a very that brought a smile on my face because Ocarina of Time is my favorite game of all time. So back to this. So they basically ride to Edoras. So that's the end of the scene with them. So we're back in Fangorn Forest, and we're back to Merry and Pippin. And they're basically riding on Treebeard, and they're hearing Ent poetry. I did not write the poems down, but they were very Tolkien, very amazing stuff. So so he's basically telling, Treebeard's basically telling, Merry and Pippin all this Ent poetry, and they end up falling asleep. And so he basically puts them down. They're sleeping, and I guess the ground is super duper comfortable, and they're able to sleep like babies and stuff. So, so we find out. We basically see Treebeard's walking around talking, and he's basically going to do something that hasn't been done in years. And basically, what I put together is that he's going to put together an Entsmoot, basically to deal with. Basically, he's lamenting, talking about the potential end of all forests and woods and stuff, because apparently the orcs are just burning and destroying everything. And I couldn't help but think about my favorite franchises that way, and the people are creating stuff now. They're like the orcs, burning everything.
Burn everything.
So,
Which franchise is that?
All of them.
I was gonna say.
I mean, practically start like the Balrog was in the books. I mean, Star Trek is now a pile of mush. They took away everything that made that series unique in the first place, and what made it.
Does that make J.J. Abrams Saruman?
Well, I mean, they call him the Antichrist. They call him so I think he'd be more like Sauron.
Yeah, I think that's probably more accurate.
Kurtzman would be more like Saruman, a puppet.
I see.
So, So that's basically the end of that. And I haven't even been following up with the pictures and stuff. So let's see. So I think that was they're falling asleep. And we're back to where it's nighttime. We're in Rohan, an encampment, and it's basically Gandalf and Aragorn. And Gandalf is basically saying Sauron's shape is taking further form, but it's still fearful. It's fearful of the year of Numenor. And of course, once again, Sauron uses Saruman as a puppet to destroy Rohan since it's weak and ready to fall. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen what the damage Wormtongue's been doing. So yeah, Rohan is extremely weak at this point. And the thing is, like, all this stuff that's working against him. But Gandalf basically states that there's a couple things that make us have an advantage. The enemy does not realize that our intention is to destroy the ring. They have no idea. They have no idea that that's going on. That quest is at hand and stuff. And they feel that, and of course the ring is still hidden. And of course the thing that they have to do now is they must trust in Frodo now. So, and of course, because of that line, you know what that generally means. That means they transition back to Frodo and Sam. So that's a nice little thing. So Frodo and Sam and Smeagol make it to the Black Gate and stuff. Let's see if I can get a decent shot of that. Okay, here's one of the side posts. Here it is. The Black Gate of Mordor. Doesn't this thing look fearsome as hell?
It's very edgy.
Yeah, I can't believe they even thought they could get through that to even try to attempt it.
I would be too afraid. I would be too afraid to frickin' approach that thing.
I don't know what the hell they were thinking.
Why? Because it's black? Is that why?
Yes, absolutely.
100%. Oh my gosh! Oh my!
I'm just asking.
We're just confirming. We're just confirming those three messages. Yeah.
So we're back to so we're at the Black Gate, and they arrive, but there's really nowhere to get in. So while they're up there, they witness that there's like I don't know if it's like a legion or like a company of men are basically marching towards the the gate. So this is the gate itself. This is manned, obviously. And here's one of the men right there. What happens ultimately is Sam basically falls down the hill, and Frodo basically follows and tries to help him. And of course, these men see that something is up. They see like dust is swarming all over the air. They don't see exactly because they're on the other side of the hill. But they're basically a couple of them go and they investigate. And they can't. Sam is buried in like stones and stuff, so Frodo cannot release him quickly enough. So he basically covers both of them with the elven cloak that they have. And luckily, because once again, anything that's elven is magical, the elven cloak basically allows them to camouflage with basically whatever wherever they are and stuff. So in this case, it looked like a big giant rock and stuff.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Sorry.
I saw that and I was like, holy crap, how do they get out? How are they going to get out of this one? So the
guards that found them, are they human? Because they kind of looked human.
Yeah, they're men.
Okay. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, they're basically evil men or men that have been called or drawn to Sauron's army and stuff. So we don't know, we don't know if it's that they're coming on their own free will, or if they've been blacklisted or something, or if been threatened to. If they didn't come, they'd be threatened and stuff. It's something interesting that Faramir brings up later, right when the disc ends. So when we get to the end of this stream is basically when we'll talk about that. So basically, once again, they try to after they manage to escape the notice of the men and stuff. The men go back to the men go back to marching, and the gate's about to close. So all the evil men cross the gate and stuff, and Frodo and Sam try to gun it through the gate, and it's Smeagol that stops them, saying it's too dangerous and stuff. So, and of course, after he says that, Smeagol's basically, hey, I know a secret way into Mordor. And they're like, well, what the hell? Why didn't you say this before? And then, of course, Sam's like, I don't trust him. I think he's leading us into a trap and stuff. And Frodo basically goes along with, Smeagol and says, hey, lead the way. We don't have a choice in this matter. So that basically ends this scene. So it was a nice little, little catch up with Frodo, Sam, and Smeagol and stuff.
Yeah, and they said something that I'm pretty sure it was in the original cut. It's just something I guess I forgot. That with Gollum making a good point, they said like the ring's always trying to go back to him. And I do think, I don't really see a way if Sam and Frodo get into the Black Gate, how they wouldn't be immediately, assuming they don't get in there, and they don't get killed trying to get in there, how they would ever get away. They'd be instantly caught because there's an army right there and a bunch of guards. So I do think that must have been, that probably was some sort of way for the ring to say, come on, do it, go in, that's your only shot. But that's just kind of my speculation.
This is a nice little play on an old nursery rhyme. Sam fell down, broke his crown, and Frodo came tumbling after. Frodo and Sam went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Sam fell down, broke his crown, and Frodo came tumbling after. Okay. I figure I'd share that. So please don't leave the stream. So, okay. So, all right. So we're done with this little scene right here, and we're back in Fangorn Forest, and of course it's a wacky scene. I believe this was deleted initially. So, so basically, Pippin drinks the water. He's drinking the water. Merry wakes up, and Pippin tells him, "Hey, I dreamt of smoking all of old Toby, but I got sick." And because Pippin's drinking the water, he starts speaking tree. And what's even weirder is he's growing taller and stuff. And Merry's like, "Hey, I'm the tall one. You're the short one." And then Merry starts taking the water, and he tries to drink it. And he tries to run away from Merry, but they end up being caught by like an old willow or something, some old tree. That's basically what they decided. It was originally supposed to be in Fellowship with the chapter that I'm actually currently reading now, the old forest, the old man willow. And instead of Tree Bear rescuing him, it was actually Tom Bombadil that rescues them. So, but this is basically what happens. They're about to be smothered into this tree. This was originally, once again, in the Old Forest chapter of Fellowship, which they cut out, so they just incorporated that little segment into this. So, but yeah, so apparently, basically, Treebeard comes back, rescues them, tells the trees to basically leave them alone and to just focus on the earth, and I forget exactly how he puts it, but to focus on the earth and roots and stuff. And he says that there's a lot of hate in these old trees. Like, there's a lot of hate and there's a lot of resentment, according to Treebeard.
Is it a hate crime, you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. These trees are, they're ists and isms and stuff.
They're hobbits?
Anti-orc, anti-hobbit, It's problematic. It's a very problematic thing,
Yeah.
I
don't know if this
love-
ages well.
I'm gonna slap myself in the face for saying this, but what was Tolkien thinking?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. If there's
Very problematic.
if there's anyone you don't say that to, it's Tolkien, because Tolkien thought of everything.
He needs to
And
be
even he had
better.
even he had self-doubt when he was writing this. And this is to me, this is the second greatest story of all time.
Yeah, I think that whole scene was hilarious, and the more kind of tree scenes you get in this that were cut out. I love that whole thing where he's like, "You see, I've always been the taller one. You're more like, what, 3'6"? I'm pushing 7."
3'8". Yeah, so yeah, we know, at least we know how tall they are. So Another thing that they so there's another little story that they talk about in this segment is we learn about the they're like, don't you have any kids, any kids or anything? And they're like, Entings? No, we don't have any Entings. Why? Because we lost the Entwives. And they're like, well, how did they die? Oh, they didn't die. We lost them. We don't know where they are. We don't, and we don't remember what they look like either. And it's a messed up thing when you think about it. It's sad. I remember reading this in the book years ago, and I asked. I was on a trip, and the person that was chaperoning me read these books, for many years since the 70s. And I asked him, like, did they ever follow this up? Do we ever learn what happens to him? He's like, no. That's one of those mysteries that never gets resolved. Is whatever happened to the Entwives and stuff. So,
I don't believe him. Open investigation. I lost my wife. Yeah, right. Probably lost to the bottom of a lake. You murderer.
Yeah.
Open
and they're like,
investigation against
and they're just like, what did they look like? And he's like, I don't remember.
Oh yeah. I think I just lost my wife. I don't know where she went.
No, gasoline, matches.
Wood chipper.
Yeah.
Wood chipper was his Fargo.
Oh,
So that's basically that's all I wrote down for this scene. I don't know if there was any more to it, but you see Treebeard's face telling that story. And so now we're at Edoras, the Golden Hall of Meduseld is where they're going to. And Gandalf basically tells them, do not look for welcome here. And then we cut to the inside where we see Éowyn is basically, right beside the recently deceased son of King Theoden, and she basically tells the king, "Your son is dead. Why don't you go see him and stuff?" And it's super duper sad and stuff. And he's just, the king once again looks like a freaking husk of a corpse. And of course we see Éowyn mourn, and of course Wormtongue kind of creepily slips in.
I don't know. Wormtongue's got game. I'm picking up what he's putting down in this thing.
He kind of creeps in. from the side of the door. And he's "Oh, he must have died. Oh, he must have died in the night." And this kind of makes me think. And we talked about this earlier. Do you think there was any foul play involved? Do you think Theodred died of natural causes from his injuries, or do you think Wormtongue kind of accelerated the process?
That reminds me of one of my favorite quotes from a book. They said, so-and-so died of natural causes because a knife to the back naturally ends one's life.
No, makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
It could go either way.
Put him out of his misery. Helped him out.
In the book, he was dead. The mortally wounded, dead when he came back.
Oh, I see. So we go with that canon. He died.
But I mean, it doesn't matter whether Wormtongue, for his purpose, is whether he dies of natural causes or he can play on the fact that he might have, you know what I mean? He's a slimy motherfucker, so it doesn't really matter.
Hey. I'm Team Wormtongue now. I think Gavin's giving him a bad rap.
It's funny.
Yeah, give a guy a chance, right?
Team Wormtongue. Well, here's what Wormtongue's doing. Like, I love his dialogue. His dialogue is super duper, very Tolkien. Like, it's very, just the way he speaks is creepy as hell. But he literally says, like, what does he say? He basically, I didn't write down what he says, but he basically torments her. And he says, "You're alone." He basically tells her she's alone. And of course, we obviously see that he lusts for her, and he's just like, he's touching her face and everything. And of course, she basically says, "Your words are poison," and she runs out of the room and stuff. Once again, spurning his advances. Poor Wormtongue. Agrima just can't get a break.
If he just got laid, I think he'll be okay.
I know, dude. Think how much better Rohan would be. The man was
exactly.
got a little bit on the side.
Yeah, I mean, it helps. It helps. So Éowyn basically runs outside. She sees Gandalf's party approaching, and here's a very symbolic thing that happens. So I'll see if I can get to it. Let's see. So you see this little flag right here? Well, by the time she gets out the flag, Okay, so she sees them, and the flag basically flies off. The flag flies off its pole. And to me, that basically symbolizes that Rohan is basically on the verge of collapsing and stuff. And Aragorn basically, it lands right by where Aragorn's walking. Aragorn sees this and he looks at it and he just gets very concerned by the sight of it and stuff. So, of course, our heroes have entered Edoras. The place looks very depressing. It's basically women, children, and elderly people. Basically, all the men are gone. Either they were killed or they're with Éomer and stuff.
You'll find more cheer in a graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. Find more cheer in a graveyard. So here they come across the captain of the guard, the captain of the royal guard, and he basically says, "Hey, we're gonna, if you want an audience with King Theoden, you're gonna have to basically, you're gonna have to turn in your weapons and stuff." And they're like, that includes your staff, Gandalf. And he's like, "You're not gonna pardon an old man from his walking stick, are you?" And of course, when we see Gandalf, and I'll go back a little bit. He's wearing a gray cloak. So even though he's not wearing the hat, if he'd have a better disguise if he wore the hat and stuff. That's the one thing. As Gandalf the Grey, he always wore the hat. Now as Gandalf the White, he doesn't wear the hat anymore. So I guess he lost the hat. I guess he lost the hat in the pit and stuff.
Remember,
I guess he
like
left him.
now.
Yeah.
What he said?
So do you think the guards knew about the staff and they let him just take it in because they had a feeling they could help the king out? Because I'm sure they were not happy.
I actually kind of think that I kind of think that was their way of doing it without, feigning. They're able to feign ignorance on this one.
Yes.
So I actually kind of think that way. I actually think about that.
It. Because
Yeah,
one
or,
of the, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the main guard looked like he was like he knew it and he's like, okay, I'll let it slide because I think this might help us in the long run. But yeah.
So here's an interesting thing MJ1 Media says. So he says, "I believe Grima was her childhood friend, and he wanted more than friendship, and Saruman exploited that to turn him into his lackey." That could make sense. I don't know anything about Wormtongue's history, so that'd be very interesting to find out.
MJ1 Media, you should write a fanfic and send me a link later.
Could be the new 50 Shades. Make it happen.
And make sure there's commission some highly illustrated art, please.
50 Shades of Gandalf the Grey.
I don't know if that's some sort of movie thing with that childhood thing, but in the books,
50 Shades of Grima. Yeah. DJ Ronnie G says, "Earlier when Frodo decided to follow Smeagol, he did so under the belief or hope that following Gollum would be their only way out of this." Yeah, I totally agree with that. So,
hey, real quick, I got to get going. I stayed a little longer than I should have. I got stuff I got to get done, so I had a ton of fun.
Is there anything? Is that why you kind of lost track of the time? Because
because
a Nerdporeal stream is like the stream to end all streams.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Well, I love this movie too, and I'm trying to find funny things in here, like whatever. But
Team Grima, Team Wormtongue.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, okay, I'll make the shirts. Don't worry about it. But
sign me up for one. I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, I had a ton of fun on the stream. Yeah, I'm Don from Fox of Phoenix. You can just find my stuff over on my YouTube channel. I think it might be linked in the description. But we just kind of talk about modern stuff or modern geek culture stuff. So we're reviewing Halo and Moon Knight as of right now, and they couldn't be further apart in quality wise. So
I heard Halo. I heard Halo is the greatest show ever.
That's correct.
Look out! Star Trek Picard. Halo is the new greatest show ever.
Look out! Lord of the Rings. Halo is coming after you.
It was nice meeting you. Yeah, I'm gonna just watch your videos on Halo because I am done.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, man. No, I mean, it's awful. It hurts. It hurts me, but I mean, it's content for me. So
it's like because of this whole Lord of the Rings thing. I've wanted to. Part of the reason why I'm doing these streams is because of all this Lord of the Rings news. I just wanted to rewatch, these movies and stuff. And now because of this whole Halo thing, now I want to figure out a way to replay the Halo games. Because I haven't played Combat Evolved in years, and I just want to relive my childhood and and play those games again and stuff.
Put on your old childhood clothes, put on the games, right?
Yeah, I really.
That's what I do.
I used to hang out with
Man,
in college.
it's probably a tight fit. I don't know.
Who cares? It's the smell you want.
Yeah, in college. Yeah, in college we had we used to hook up Xboxes together and we used to play against each other.
Oh yeah, LAN parties.
Usually capture the flag and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
or snipers. It was just a lot. It was a lot of fun. And then Halo 2 came out, and I was like, I don't like the multiplayer of Halo 2. And then after that, we just kind of stopped. So it was really only
play a fun co-op game in Halo. I don't think I can say the name on here though. Some people hopefully will know what I'm talking about from just saying that.
I don't.
All right, so everybody subscribe to Flaccid Phoenix.
Please, I'll do anything for you. Just send me your email. I'll send you
anything
you want.
you say.
Anything.
All right.
Well, I mean, I'll listen to any offer. I'll say that.
I'll unsubscribe and then subscribe and then send.
Oh no! Found the loophole.
I'm making 10 alt accounts right now.
Oh.
Nerdporeal left. Lost our host. I guess I'm
now. I don't know.
We have the power.
I'm the captain now.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, I'm gonna bounce out
right.
here. So you guys have fun with this chaos. Now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice to meet everybody here.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Well, good to see
See you guys.
Bye.
All
I guess
right,
we wait
guys.
now. Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Perfect.
Dang it.
Yeah, my bad. I was whenever I tug on because I have my headphones hooked up to my mic and stuff. Whenever I tug on it, it just like it messes with StreamYards and stuff, and it just says, "Hey." So,
Screw you, buddy.
Exactly. So let me share my screen again. So here we go. So we're back here. So we are about to. So our heroes are about to enter the halls of what's the halls called again? I forget. Medusel, the Golden Hall of Medusel. So that's where they're about to enter and stuff. So they turn their weapons in, and they're like. So they're walking in. Of course, everyone relinquished their weapons except for Gandalf because do not. It's wise not to take a walking stick away from an old man and stuff. So once again, Gandalf is disguised in gray, just to fool everybody, and they're walking in. And here's Theoden. Look at how youthful and vibrant he looks and stuff.
He looks amazing.
And then of course there's Grima, everybody's favorite advisor. So Gandalf comes in, he starts walking towards them, and he's like, the courtesy of your hall has lessened of late, Theoden King. And of course Theoden says, "Why should I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow?" And I forget exactly what Grima says to Gandalf and stuff, but he says, he's like, "You're nothing. You're just a nobody wizard and stuff." And of course, we get this great little quote from Gandalf right here. He's like, "Be silent. Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. I have not passed through fire and death to bandy crooked words with a witless worm." And he takes out the staff. And of course, Grima's like, "I told you to take his staff." And then a fight ensues, of course. And as you know, so everyone's being held off by Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas. And Gandalf is just walking freely towards the king. And he's like, "Theoden King, I am hereby going to release you and stuff." And of course, here's the king, and then he starts to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! You have no power here, Gandalf." And what does Gandalf do? He takes off his cloak. He basically, what do you call where they
exposes himself?
He exposes himself to
my slong.
He flashes them quite literally.
I was gonna say he uses white power.
Oh, okay. Let's not go there. Let's not go there and stuff. So basically, once again, so he uses the light. It basically stuns Theoden. And then of course Saruman kind of takes over, and he's like, Theoden's mine. And then he's like Gandalf's like, Saruman, you're not going to kill him. I'm just going to draw you out like you draw out poison from a wound and stuff. And he basically uses his wand, and it knocks Saruman like a couple of meters away from his location, knocks him on the floor and stuff. He's got a nice little gash on his head. Stuff. So at least okay, that's a little too far. Okay, I can't quite get to it. I don't want to play the video because I don't want to get copyright and all that. So, so basically, Gandalf basically cures Theoden. Theoden basically comes back to normal. He starts to look like his old self again. Eowyn's like, I know your face. And there he is.
That was a really well done transition too. Like even watching it now up to these standards, like it looks very believable, very seamless.
And I liked what they added with him battling Saruman, but does it change in the books here? I mean, it was a little subtle scene type of thing, but like in the books, he literally leads Theoden into the sunlight and then delivers a speech about the light of the day. Like it's a gradual process of Theoden getting better as he goes. Like it's kind of metaphorical with the sunlight and all that, driving out the evil. But I kind of like the sort of pacing there. And then you get the scene that's different in the book with Eomer giving him his own sword versus returning the king's sword to him.
Yeah. And of course, the very first thing he does besides seeing Eowyn is he looks at Wormtongue and he throws Wormtongue out, and Theoden's like, hey, he's like, you treated me like I was a dog or something like that, and I forget exactly how he said it, but he basically he takes the sword, he wants to kill Wormtongue, and Aragorn stops him. Aragorn basically says enough blood has already been spilled on his account. And of course, Wormtongue flees like, "Get out of my way!" And as cool as it was to see this, here comes the tragic part of this. He asks, "Where's Theodred, my son?" And so the next thing we have is a funeral. Next thing we have is we see his funeral and stuff. So it's one of those.
Part of the extended cut.
I think so.
Yeah, the funeral is, which is nice between the whole scene of like them discovering Theodred hurt. I know that's not how it was in the books, but given that they already kind of changed how it was with him being sick, it was nice to have them see like, oh, this is why Theodred was hurt, and now kind of adding more to him. I feel like it's a lot better. A very good addition here.
Yeah, so they basically everybody's in mourning, as you can see. Everyone's attending. Eowyn is basically singing a song, and I believe the Rohirrim language and stuff. I'm guessing it's one of the languages Tolkien invented for his legendarium. And of course, here we see the tomb. They basically entomb Theodred and stuff. So it's a quick little scene. I believe, this whole thing I believe was in the extended cut. So now we cut to simply just Gandalf talking to Theoden by themselves, right next to the tomb and stuff. There's these white flowers that are growing alongst the tomb, and this is a very heart-wrenching conversation that they're having. And this whole time, I had tears in my eyes hearing everything that Theoden was talking about. He was lamenting about these evil days, kind of like in a parallel to what Frodo was saying, like, I wish I did not live to see these times. And of course, Gandalf says, it's not for us to decide, but what we choose to do with our time that matters. And so I see a bit of a parallel here. And he's like, it's too bad that these evil days are here during my time and that we're living them. And he's also talking about perhaps seeing the horrors of the concept of him witnessing the last days of his own house and stuff. And of course, the one that makes everybody cry: no parent should ever have to bury their child. And then, of course, he sobs.
Mhm.
And then, of course, Gandalf, once again comforts and assures the king that his son will join the halls of his fathers and his ancestors and stuff. So, and as this is going on, from far away, Gandalf notices that the two kids that we saw much earlier in the movie, with okay, these are the flowers I'm talking about. So the two kids that Gandalf. So the two kids that the two kids that escaped from that burning village earlier, finally arrived and stuff, and it's kind of messed up because the kid, they were probably riding for probably a day or two, so they haven't they haven't ate, drank, or ever even fell asleep, and the boy just falls off the horse and stuff. So next scene, they're right away they're just eating as much as they can, and of course, once again, the kids basically tell them about all the wild men burning everything. I think they call them the Westerlings or something. And Gandalf basically explains to Theoden that this is a taste of the terror that Saruman's going to bring to them.
Yeah,
and
something that you were saying before, like if this was modern day film writers, they would have never followed up on a scene like this. They would have, they wouldn't have shown us that progression, showing the people there, and then showing them make it to the king, and then obviously won't spoil, but will, what happens with them later. If it was modern day, they wouldn't have shown any of that. It would have just been, oh, bang, here's this one thing, and okay, never talk about it again.
And we have a Boba Fett here, so what's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for coming by. So, going back to this, so basically, Gandalf basically tells Theoden that they're gonna have to meet Saruman in battle and stuff, and he has to meet them head on. The thing is, Amber, once again, him and the Rohirrim are too far away, and Theoden, based on him burying his son, he just doesn't want to deal with this. He doesn't want to bring further death to his people, and he doesn't want to risk open war. And then, of course, Aragorn chimes in and says, "Hey, open war is upon you, whether you risk it or not."
Stop being a biatch. That's what it says, basically.
More or less, yeah. And of course, this scene, and he's smoking a pipe. That's basically, to me, that's Tolkien basically saying, "Open war is upon you, whether you like it or not." And of course, this pisses off Theoden. And what does Theoden say? He's like, if I remember correctly, it's Theoden, not Aragorn, who is king of Rohan and stuff. And then Gandalf's like, well, then what does the king decide? And of course, Gimli's enjoying his drink. And we find out that, of course, they're going to send. They're going to empty Edoras. They're going to empty the city, and they're going to make their way to Helm's Deep, the fortress, the Hornburg, the place where they've been able to hold off armies in the past and stuff. So, and I believe that's where this new Ride of the Rohirrim anime special is going to be taking place at. I believe, right? So I can't wait to see that.
The anime, The War of the Rohirrim.
Yeah.
Takes place like 200-300 years before, about King Helm, so to speak. The creation of Helm's Deep, basically. Why it's named Helm's Deep, and why it was the last word and all that.
Who's making that? Do we know? Do we actually have confidence in this product at all?
It comes under the same license that Warner has for these movies. So
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. I think Peter Jackson is consulting on it, but that's all I know so far. There hasn't been a lot of details about it.
Well,
so they're basically related. They're tied into these films, basically. This Ride of the Rohirrim.
It's literally out of the license that they have for the Lord of the Rings films.
Well, what a shame.
So even if it ends up being mediocre to okay, it'll be better than Rings of Power. That's what I'm getting.
Oh, mediocre to okay would be
better than Rings of Power.
So, okay, so
here. Before we
get
deep in there, one more thing. So not everyone might have caught this because I don't think they don't play it up in the movie, but Eomer and Eowyn are the niece and nephew of Theoden, his sister's children. Eomer is now his heir, which is why.
Yeah, Eomer becomes. Yeah, that I do know. Eomer becomes king after Theoden. Spoiler alert: Theoden, dies in Return of the King.
Yeah. That's why I was harping on Eomer not offering his sword up to the king. One of the things even in the real world, in warrior cultures, if the king didn't have a sword in his hand, his heir was supposed to be responsible to make sure he has one. It's kind of a cultural thing, So,
Okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
not every culture, but you read a lot of them. Like, and you're there on the battlefield with your dad. He can't look weak. The king cannot look weak. With the premise.
No, absolutely not. No, they can't. That's same with like a captain. They talk about this in Star Trek quite a bit. Any leader cannot look weak.
Or even, and not to belabor, even in World War II, I remember my grandpa saying, if the lieutenant lost his weapon, you at least gave your handgun up to him so he had something. You look like he couldn't fight.
Yeah. So we have another quick little scene with Gandalf and Aragorn, and Gandalf believes that Theoden is walking into a trap. He does not support this idea of them just simply going to Helm's Deep and stuff. And of course, Gandalf basically departs Rohan to basically retrieve the Rohirrim. The Rohirrim went north, I believe north and east. So he has to go out, and he's basically uses Shadowfax to ride out as quickly as he can and get them to come back before the orcs completely destroy everything. And of course, we hear that famous Gandalf line saying, I've lived 300 lives of men, and yet I still have no time and stuff.
Go back to what he was doing before. He's just slaughtering orcs and Dunlondians endlessly.
Yeah. And then, of course, I believe there's another deleted scene where we see an angry horse. We see a horse that acts like it's very wild and angry and stuff. This horse right here. And we find out that its name is Brago, and that it was Theodred's horse. So I'm guessing the horse kind of knows somehow that its master is no longer amongst the living. And so what does Aragorn do? He basically speaks Elvish to it because everything that has to do with the elves is magical. And once again, the horse basically calms down because of Aragorn's muttering in Elvish and stuff.
I don't remember if that horse was a Mirrors or not, like Shadowfax and the King of the Mirrors.
What makes those horses different? Are they just faster? Are they more intelligent? What is it?
It's been a while since I read this, but Orome the Hunter, who was a Vala, he brought horses from the Undying Land, where everything is like super awesome, and he brought them to Middle-earth. And then Eorl's dad wanted to tame one. His name was like Lyad or whatever, and the horse killed him because it was like a badass horse. And Eorl hunted down the horse to get revenge, but not to kill it, to tame it, to make it. And that was the first, when the Rohirrim became horses. And those horses are called Miras, M-E-M-E-R, M-A-R, M-E-A-R. Someone could look it up for me. Honestly, the spelling is a little off on it. They were the Miras, and Shadowfax is like the king of the Miras. And that horse, the horse that Eorl captured is something like, it's like Finarfin's name. Bellarmin, one of those elven names with a lot of F's and L's in it. It's not Finarfin, that's the king of the elves. It's whatever. Shadowfax is descendant of that horse, who was the king of the horses, who was the horse of the king of the Rohirrim. And they're descended from the horses that Orome brought back from the Undying Lands, who are stronger, faster, more intelligent, and all sorts of stuff like that.
I see. Okay. So basically, as a result of this, we see the first signs that Eowyn is actually really interested in, getting with Aragorn and stuff because of seeing this. And of course, we actually, they cut that out and they made the scene with them, kind of pseudo sparring, kind of make it the very first scene between the two of them. But we see a little bit of it in this scene first. So But going forward, so we're back in Isengard. So we're back in Isengard, and Saruman is basically concerned about Gandalf, and he has Wormtongue is already back there, and Wormtongue basically describes who was with Gandalf, and basically he describes who was with Gandalf and stuff, and he talks about Aragorn's ring. I believe the ring was called Barahir and stuff. And based on just that knowledge alone and stuff, Saruman identifies Aragorn as the lost heir of Isildur and stuff. So,
Which
that
is a change from the books, which they knew that for the longest time. Elrond literally raised Aragorn to be the king of men. So,
yeah. So okay. So yeah, that's I guess yeah. So once again, we're back in Edoras. And of course, Éowyn she's basically practicing her form, her swordplay. Aragorn kind of chimes in a little bit. She manages to where is it? She manages to get a swoop on him. Manages to get him in a more defensive position. And what does she say? She basically says she fears neither death nor fear nor pain, but the thing that she does fear is a cage to linger in as an old woman and stuff. So, as an answer to Aragorn's question, it's like, what do you fear, my lady?
Now, remember this, and I'll only bring this up once more next stream probably. But remember how Amazon is telling us that there are no strong women in Tolkien, no strong women in the trilogy, and we need more more of this and that.
They said that?
I'm pretty sure they did. I know they at least said like, it needs it really needs inclusion and diversity and needs more female characters and such. And it's just like, I'm pretty sure Éowyn was here the whole time. I'm pretty sure everyone liked Éowyn. I don't remember.
Dude, we saw Return of the King, when she says, "I am no man," and she screams and stabs the frickin' Witch King of Angmar in the face, we were all cheering. We were all cheering and screaming like fangirls.
They don't really.
And I was 19. I was 19. My friends and I, we were 19, 20, 21. We were a bunch of dudes, college dudes, screaming like fangirls when we saw that. So I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But they don't like recognizing Éowyn or Arwen for that matter. I mean, obviously Éowyn has more of a climactic battle there, but they don't like acknowledging that they were even in the movies at all.
Or like Galadriel, obviously they're messing her up in this whole. They're going to mess her up in this show, but like she was very powerful in her own right, even without getting into the battles, showing her physical power. She was a very powerful elf queen for a reason.
Yeah, we saw how she responded to the ring. You remember that? That was creepy. That creeped the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm no biologist, so I cannot say if Erwin is a female.
Okay. Come on. I don't want to get into this.
But yes, it's true. She's a good character, but yeah, they just don't look. They like to skip over things just to get their point across.
Yeah, that's true. What'd you say?
It doesn't fit their narrative, so they ignore it.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, 40 years ago, all of you guys, Ripley and Alien, come on, or Linda Hamilton, in the Terminator, kick-ass women characters who weren't kick-ass close to women, they were kick-ass.
You might disagree with me, but go back even further. Go back to Gone with the Wind, Scarlett O'Hara. She had an arc too. She had to step up to keep her family's future alive.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's tons of stuff like that, but I'm just saying an action movie or whatever,
But she didn't have a shaved head. Half-shaved head, and wasn't like a manly-looking woman, so that doesn't count.
No, but she had to. There was one time where a Union soldier. Now this takes place in the South. A Union soldier basically breaks in their house. She basically shoots and kills him and buries him without informing the police at all. So, because she was about to hurt somebody, and so she took into her hands and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, that's part. It's what these character arcs are for. So
Yeah.
I mean, when you deny character, even if it's a female character, a character arc, you're not doing anybody any favors. So, but let's keep moving forward. So so once again, so basically the Exodus basically begins. The men, the women, the children are starting to empty, as you see here. They're starting to empty Edoras right here, and we go back once again to Wormtongue and Saruman, and of course Wormtongue basically says, "Hey, I know I've been around these guys. I know what they're going to do. They're not going to. They're expecting an attack on the city. They're going to make their way to Helm's Deep and stuff." And so what does Saruman decide to do? Saruman's like, send out the Warg Riders and stuff. And so we see these. I never thought, when I read the books, I just thought they were like, just typical wolves that they ride on and stuff. But these things look ferocious and vicious. And I remember first seeing this, I got scared and stuff. Kind of like the same with the fell beasts and stuff. It's pretty terrifying what they managed to create in these movies and stuff. The wargs are terrifying. I would not want to fight those things head on. So that concludes that segment, and we're on the very final part of the disc and stuff. So we're back to Frodo and Sam, and of course Sam is basically being a dick to Smeagol. He's like, "Hey, Stinker, don't get too far ahead." And of course, Frodo doesn't take kindly to that and gets pissed off at Sam, saying, "Hey, what's with you calling him names and stuff?" And Sam's like, "Well, that's what he is. All he cares about is that ring of yours. And he's gonna stop at nothing to get it back. And there's nothing left in him but lies and deceit." So Frodo has empathy for him, and I think he believes that Smeagol is not completely responsible for the stuff that he does because of the ring itself.
He has to believe that because of his own struggles with the ring. It's not that he chooses to.
Yes.
He sees Smeagol and is like, "Oh my God, if I don't get rid of this damn thing, that's going to be me in like 50 years."
Yeah. So he wants to help him, and once again, Sam disagrees. And of course, this is why I wrote down, Frodo needs the assurance of the possibility that Smeagol can come back, or Gollum can come back. And Sam basically retorts saying, "You can't help him, Mr. Frodo." And then Frodo snaps at him. He's like, "What do you know about it?" Then right away he apologizes. And of course, Sam brings up the ring. The ring is doing this to you and stuff, and then Frodo gets pissed off again and snaps at him again and stuff. So we're basically here. So we're at this point. So now it's nighttime, and basically Smeagol is having his Jekyll and Hyde moment, or whatever would be a better description, but that's what I'm calling it and stuff. So basically, his Mr. Hyde or his Gollum personality is basically calling him a murderer. "You're nothing without me." Typical abusive relationship type of thing. He's like, "We survived because of me." And his Smeagol side basically says, "Go away and never come back." And he's like, "What did you say?" "Go away and never come back." And then, of course, the Gollum personality doesn't resurface, and he's like, "Yay! Yay!" He starts dancing while they're sleeping and stuff. Then it cuts to the next morning, and Smeagol is in such a good mood. Smeagol's in such a good mood that he went out and he caught them food. He caught 2 rabbits and stuff. He caught 2 conies, or whatever Sam calls them.
Rabbits.
And of course, this brings up a nice little, very light-hearted, little thing between Sam and Smeagol. So Smeagol basically cracks the neck of one of the rabbits and tries to eat it raw because that's what Smeagol does. And Sam basically takes the rabbits away from him. He's like, "There's only one way to cook these conies and stuff." And And we see that Sam takes all the meat and cooks them into a stew or a soup or something like that. And Smeagol's like, "No, what have you done to my meal, you stupid fat hobbit?" And Sam's like, "You know what would be good, really good with this? Some taters." And Smeagol's like, "What's taters, precious? What's taters? You know, potatoes."
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Yep. And heck, he wants, and Sam has been, and we know that Sam has been to, UK, he's been to England, because he has a taste for some fish and chips right now. And
That sounds good.
And Smeagol's like, gives him the raspberry. He's like, Smeagol gives him the raspberry. I wouldn't eat that. And Sam's like, even you couldn't say no to that. Yes, we could. I want to eat us. Don't you spoil me a nice fish. Give it to us raw. You keep nasty chips. And he's like, what does he say? You're hopeless or something?
Yeah, he looks at him, you're hopeless. And I just thought that was funny. It's like, of course, wait till you get to food. And then Sam's like, all right, I've lost all hope in him.
So while this nice little exchange is going on, this is a very memorable, humorous exchange that works. Once again, I wish more movies and shows did this, because now they resort to Whedon speak, and it's just cringe, and it takes you out. It doesn't keep you ingrained in the story. It takes you out of the story, and I don't appreciate that. That's why and that's part of the reason why I'm getting less and less. And this has been since probably 2015 or 2014, however, or no, even earlier, since the Avengers movie came out. It's just getting annoying at this point. I'm just kind of sick of it. And I get less excited for movies because of that.
Yeah, I don't mind Whedon speak, but in everything, after a while, yeah, it just grains.
I just don't like them stopping the movie to make a joke at a very weird moment and stuff. Like, that's not what people do. It's hard to believe.
Most of the type of movie where you would do that, like a Whedon movie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like humor, even in the book, Tolkien, there's humor all over the place, but it just flows as part of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing, especially with Disney. What the biggest problem with that is, shoot. Oh, it was Guardians of the Galaxy. That's one of my favorite movies. That's my favorite Marvel movie for sure, and it's up there with one of my favorites. But it made sense in there. The characters who are making the jokes, it came like in this film, it comes naturally. But then Disney and Marvel were like, "Oh, we're just going to put that to everything." Like, well, it doesn't make sense for all these characters to do it. It only makes sense in a certain scenario, and that seems to be something that Hollywood doesn't understand anymore. It can work in some areas, not in everywhere.
Yeah, I loved Guardians, but yeah, that was kind of the moment when you started seeing it everywhere in every Marvel movie since then.
So MJ1 says, remember when Gollum won an MTV award and said F you to Dobby? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I remember it.
I want to look that up now.
F you.
MTV
Yeah, I
awards
remember that. That was terrible.
2007 or so. There were all sorts of skits and humor and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I mean, some of it was stupid, like Fartman or whatever, but some of it was pretty funny and pretty cool.
Did Dobby get up and slap him? Is that what happened?
No, it seems like it was like off stage. I found the video.
Well, I see something funny. Look up the Lifetime Achievement Award to Chewbacca.
Oh, no.
Yeah, usually every MTV Movie Awards, they had something funny like that. They did something like Godzilla one year.
Oh, wow. Oh.
So you guys ready for the finale, for the very final thing that we're going to talk about before we're going to end the stream?
Sure.
Can I bring
sir.
up one more thing? It's more of a question, maybe for Matt here. He might understand more. I'm pretty sure I knew this at one point, but I forgot. Like, what is Gollum exactly? Isn't it? Like,
He used to be a hobbit named Smeagol. And one day Smeagol and Deagle, for a slight ancestor for the hobbits, there's always a little quibbling in there because they travel southward.
And they lived along the river, so they actually one of the few that could swim.
Yeah.
Well, I know. Sorry. I should spec. I know that part.
So
Is
after-
Gollum like? Oh, sorry.
So after Isildur was running from the orcs, and he dove into the river to escape, and he used the ring to become invisible. So the ring slipped from his finger and disappeared into the river, right? And then Isildur died. So then eventually Smeagol and Deagle are out fishing, and Deagle dives in and finds the ring. And he gets instant nuked, it's his precious or whatever.
Yeah.
And Smeagol's like, "Oh, it's my birthday. Why don't you give me the ring?" And Deagle's like, basically, "Fuck no," and Smeagol murders him. And,
Yeah.
And then the whole sort of conflict in the book is Smeagol can never get over the guilt of killing Deagle, his best friend, like a brother. And every time there's any hope of him coming out of it, the ring is like murderer. That's how the ring keeps drawing him back.
Yeah. And we see that we just saw that in that last scene and stuff.
Yeah.
I always wondered maybe but then again, it's the way Tolkien writes and stuff. But I remember Smeagol refers to Deagle as my love. Maybe they were lovers, man. Maybe that's maybe Amazon. Maybe that's something Amazon's going to follow up on. You know how it is.
Maybe they'll be trans Hobbits.
Yeah. I was just wondering. I was just wondering if Gollum's not like a spirit or anything. It's just like the ring.
Basically, a man corrupted by the ring. Hobbits are basically a small man corrupted by the ring.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the ring. So the ring wanted to be hidden because Sauron was rebuilding his body and all that after it got stolen from him and all that. So it made Gollum go underground for hundreds of years. So that's kind of, and then eventually the ring sensed that Sauron was restoring his power, and it's like, okay, I got to get back to my bro, and slipped off of Gollum's finger, and when Bilbo was coming through.
Yeah. That's correct, Boba Fett. It was I think it was in Fellowship. I think Gandalf was telling Frodo all this.
There's a good time to mention this. When this came out, they did a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings fan films, which are better than what's going to come out from Amazon. One of which is called The Search for Gollum. But Aragorn was the one who hunted down Gollum. You didn't know that, or led the hunt for it. So there's a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings fan films from that time period, like the early 2000s, which you guys might want to watch on the side because they're pretty good.
Are they on YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube and other places, but YouTube, yeah.
Can you write down what they are? I'm gonna write that down. Look them up.
I'll get a list of the other ones I remember the better 4 or 5, and send it through to the DM.
Okay, cool. All right, so just let's wrap this bad boy up. So after that whole exchange between Sam and Smeagol, so Frodo basically goes off and he witnesses there's basically more wicked men, but this time the wicked men brought elephants, however they say it, and they're basically they're being taken to Mordor. I'm guessing they're basically riding along the walls and stuff, so they're basically heading to the Black Gates. And shortly after they see this, shortly after they're witnessing this, all of a sudden a bunch of arrows start flying, and so Gondor, we find out that men from Gondor are there, and they basically they took, I don't know if they took out the elephants. I don't know if the elephants retreated or something, but they basically took out some of the men. And Frodo and Sam decide, hey, we shouldn't be close to here. They might see us, and they try to retreat. Well, what happens? Well, they get caught. They get caught, and we meet Faramir. And Faramir has a very interesting initial exchange, because the first thing he says, he basically asks, like, what made that man, because they shot a man who was riding one of those elephants down and stuff, and he kind of asks, what led that man to coming here? Was he truly wicked at heart, or what evil manipulations or threats or lies led them there and stuff? So that was an interesting thing that I kind of took note that I never really considered when watching these. So and that's basically the end of the disc. They basically bound Frodo and Sam, and they take them away, and that's the end of disc 1. Hence, as far as we're going to get with this stream right here. So we finally made it.
We made it. Woohoo!
Do you guys have any last thoughts about what I just said, or any last thoughts?
Well,
So,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was going
My-
to say this. Too polite to each other. Yeah. I was just going to say the timing for where they are now. So that's the kind of the northern and western section of Gondor. Osgiliath used to be the capital of Gondor, and what is now Minas Morgul, that the Witch King's Tower, was Minas Ithil, which was their westernmost outpost. Slowly over the centuries, Mordor has been conquering that part of Gondor. Minas Tirith is actually a fortress, not a city. And the actual cities of Gondor, where most of the population lives now, is in southern Gondor, and Sauron has trapped the armies of Gondor in the south. So that's why there's all this stuff going on in that area, because they can basically cut through Mordor, all the Haradrim and all that, and get into that area and begin to overwhelm the Gondorian forces.
Was Osgiliath originally the capital, or am I mistaken?
Was who?
Osgiliath.
Osgiliath was the capital of Gondor, yeah.
Okay.
And that's
And
the
then
area Faramir is trying to hold them back in. And he only has
Yeah.
7,000 dudes for the whole region.
Yeah, of course, next time, when we cover the second half of the movie, I mean, it's one of the interesting things is that why did they? I'm kind of curious about this now. Why did they change it and they brought Frodo and them to Osgiliath in the movie as opposed to the book? Because I don't think they brought them. They were never taken there in the book.
No, they were brought to a hidden outpost type of thing. I can't remember what they called it. They were brought into the outpost, and then that's when they made their peace with Faramir, because he recognized the belt on Boromir that Galadriel gave him was kind of the proof of things, and then Sam and Frodo headed to Mordor.
Okay. Yeah, like I for this half of the movie, just for this half, the first hour and 50 minutes roughly,
Yeah.
110 minutes. I took like 13 pages of notes. So
Oh damn.
yeah,
Pretty much breezes by too.
And you could probably get 10 more pages onto that same half.
I'm
There's so
gonna
much
add.
going
There's
on.
gonna be another 12, 13 pages for next week. So, but yeah, I haven't even finished watching the movie yet. So because I've been taking notes. This took me hours to do. Like just pausing, trying to write everything down. I've had to rewind stuff to get all the facts right and stuff. So it's a very fun thing to prep for a stream like this. And with Lord of the Rings and all the detail that's involved, geez Louise. So
Yeah, it makes you cringe at what lack of detail we're going to see in the show.
Well, we have computers and stuff to do all this, whether we write the stuff or analyze it. Tolkien had books that weighed more than people he had to pour through to get all sorts
There's
of...
manatees somewhere in a big giant pool picking out plot points for him.
I understood that reference.
I thought somebody would.
I got you.
So now that we're kind of leaving off on a cliffhanger here, do you think that our heroes? Do you think the people in Edoras will make it to Helm's Deep? Will Frodo and Sam get to? Will Frodo and Sam escape from Faramir and stuff? What is going to happen? Will Gandalf catch up with the Rohirrim?
The Eagles will save him.
The Eagles will save
Unless
him.
Grima talks to them first.
So yeah,
I think they're gonna lose. That's my prediction.
they're going to lose.
Yeah, I think.
You want to bet some money on that?
I will bet you 50 Pokebucks.
50 Pokebucks. Okay. Will that go right into my Pokemon Legends Arceus game?
Well, what is your definition of losing? Because Frodo.
Wow.
Okay, sorry.
His definition of losing is our definition of winning. It's like,
In our hearts, everyone has lost. There you go.
Yep. Winner.
everybody lost.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've basically said everything I wanted to say. So any last thoughts before we close?
No, it was fun going through the first half of Two Towers, going through it, deep dive pretty much of going through it.
Okay, cool. All right, so guys, plug your channels. Start with Matt.
My content channel is Unbearable73. Probably in the next couple of days, there'll be a review up of a really bad movie from Roland Emmerich called Moonfall. Also going to start reviewing the horror TV show called From. A couple other little things like that. I'm trying to get a bunch of reviews out in the next few days.
Wait, Moonfall wasn't a masterpiece of cinema? You're kidding me. It's the story of a moon crashing into Earth. How could that be bad?
If the moon had actually crashed into this Earth, it would have been good.
Was it Michael Bay? That's the only thing could have
No,
saved it.
it was
No,
Roland
done.
Emmerich, who used to do
It's
good
over.
movies. Remember Roland, Independence Day, and what was the
Was
other
that
big one?
Did that movie just released recently, like last month?
Moonfall just came out, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. I heard about
It's
it.
got Olaf the snowman in it.
Yeah, okay, I'm not watching that.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes a bad movie is worth a watch to enjoy, but this isn't bad enough for that. Like,
Okay, I was about to ask, like, is it worth a watch?
It's not The Room level.
Like, I'll give you an example, just a real short one, right? So they're trapped under a tree, right? Okay, and the moon is
falls and
slowly
hits them.
deorbiting towards the Earth, and getting closer, right? So they say, hey, wait a minute, we can use the gravity of the moon that's pulling the tree off of you and get you out from under the tree. Tree that weighs more than that.
I think the gravity of the moon would just destroy the Earth instead of just pulling the tree off.
Think about it. Like, why wasn't it pulling them if it was pulling the tree? You know what I mean? And then there was another scene where they're in a building and the little kid gets sucked up by the moon. No one else does, just the little kid. And they hold on to him, and they're holding on to like a building, and all around the buildings are being sucked up by the moon, but not the one they're holding on to. Just the little kid.
Did you not? You missed the scene with the gravity boots.
Are you sure it wasn't the wind that's killing everyone?
It's the moon wind.
It's the moon wind.
It's not gravity. It's the moon wind.
The moon wind that's sucking everyone up. Oh, that doesn't sound good though. Not even good fun.
It's a little fun to rip apart.
I mean, bad fun.
To like rip on, like like Spoonie used to do, or like Mystery Science Theater rip. It's not bad enough for that.
Oh.
So Cosmo James, do you have a channel?
Oh yes, it's called Cosmo James. Pretty simple. I talk about news every single day. Well, through the week I have a daily news update, and throughout the week I put in random videos like reviews or random stuff that's been happening recently. Today I put up a review of the first episode of the Fairly Odd Parents live action TV show. And
oh my gosh.
Oh, I forgot.
Watch it to get my opinion on it. It's something.
I forgot that was happening. They're doing Loud House too, right?
It's oh my god.
Oh my god.
It hurts me inside.
Can't believe that's a thing.
It could have been way worse.
Wow.
Yeah. But yes, watch me, subscribe, and all that stuff. Thank you.
No problem. How about you, Prophet?
Hey, Prophet of the Dragon. Mostly Wheel of Time-esque type videos on my YouTube channel. Some Lord of the Rings, dabbling in some other stuff. But yeah, mostly Wheel of Time stuff and ripping that abomination of a show apart. But mostly fantasy content and, like I said, trying a few other things out here and there.
What's another good fantasy series to read?
Well, I mean, I like most of Sanderson's stuff. Stormlight Archive is one of my favorites right now. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm sure you heard about like what happened with him. Like he had like a Kickstarter or something.
Yeah,
he made bank.
Yeah, he made he wrote 4 books just on his off time and released them in a Kickstarter. Made $41 million. He's gonna release 5 books in 2023. The guy's a writing machine. I don't know how he does it, but it's I
How
like
many?
his
And
stuff.
people compare him to some other author named George.
Yeah.
And he's how many books has Sanderson written, and George hasn't even finished
Well,
one.
I don't know how anybody could. They're completely different writing styles. I don't know. I mean, and the way they treat their fan base is completely different too. I mean, George R. Martin is never finishing.
Martin only writes books when he needs money.
Yeah,
Money, he's not gonna write a book.
well, that and you can tell, like, well, anybody that's watched Nerdrotic, which I'm sure is most of us here, knows that he's never gonna finish. He's so busy with other stuff, he's probably forgotten where he's left off in the Song of Ice and Fire. He's just done with it. The TV show, ran its course.
And it's such a shame because I really liked those books. I really
most
liked...
people did.
If you want a fantasy off there, the Silmarillion was edited by Christopher Tolkien and another guy named Guy Gavriel Kay. Not a lot of people talk about this guy, but he's written about 20 fantasy books, and they're all great. The first one he wrote was called The Fianna Tapestry. It's a 3-book trilogy. It's very Tolkien-esque, but it's not derivative like a lot of knockoffs were. It's a quick read, so it's not like those plotting volumes. But I'd recommend go reading the Fianna Tapestry if you want to read something that's like Tolkien-esque, but not derivatively like Tolkien.
Yeah, and there's also it's almost like a modern day sort of crime fantasy called the Dresden Files. It's like magic based. It's got a lot of fantasy elements in it.
I'm still amazed when I find people who haven't read the Dresden Files yet.
There's a lot to be honest. I mean, I'm like, shoot, they're easy reads. I mean, and like, well, there's freaking 19, 20 of them. That's another guy that reads his multiple books a year too.
You have to tell people. You have to give it to the first 3 books are good, but you don't get into the series until that 4th and 5th book when the sort of setting explodes on you. It's like,
I think I mean the first one was a little bit hard to get started, but once you get rolling, I think it picks up pretty fast. Yeah.
Oh, and Prophet, remember that thing we did with Salty with our take on the Wheel of Time?
Yeah.
Well, I said to him, he asked me the question, when did you know it was going bad? And everyone, like, remember that opening when Fake Maureen did the, and everyone harped on that thing she said once, the arrogance, like she was blaming men, right?
Yeah.
But I couldn't remember what she said exactly when Salt asked me, I'm like, no, it's even before that. It's worse than the wokeism. Listen to the line she says right before that. She directly contradicts the way the book series ended.
Yeah.
And when I heard that line, I was like, that motherfucker Rafe did not even read these books. He put that line in the shit.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. Like it's all bullshit. And season 2 is going to be a mountain of content, along with Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, faux Lord of the Rings content. So it's man, I don't want anything to be adapted that I like anymore for like another 5-10 years.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now whenever I hear something new, something that's based on something that I like is being adapted, I'm totally skeptical.
Well, my big fear right now is, Sanderson's like my guy right now. He's got this whole Cosmere fantasy universe. So he's got all these series that intertwine with each other. And my fear is now he just publicly made $41 million for 4 books that nobody knew about. So I'm assuming people are going to be, tackling each other over themselves to try and get to some of his IPs, and I just hope he doesn't give them up or give them full reign over them if he does. Because I know what Bandai Konami has reached out to about adapting a video game with them, so at least Elden Ring is good. So
yeah, I mean, like companies have reached out to fantasy writers. I mean, like Kingdoms of Amalur was from R.A. Salvatore Works, I believe. They've worked with him. For some reason, Elden Ring reached out to George R. R. Martin of all people because he's not a video like this. You heard how Sanderson responded. He's like, I actually play from software games. Like I played their old games from the 90s, and they reach out to him of all people.
Yeah, it's very weird.
But I guess they wanted that. I guess they wanted that grim, dark stuff that George is well known for. So I'm guessing that's why they went with
probably advertisement too. I mean, George R. R. Martin is the bigger name.
Well, now I don't know about now. I mean, Sanderson sort of this Kickstarter's been huge, and it's just I don't know. I hope they don't touch any of it and just
Think about
leave it
this.
be.
On the Sanderson thing. So he goes through this experience with Will Time where he can't say it publicly, but he knows it's a fucking train wreck, right?
Yeah, he's
So then
very
he goes out-
milquetoast about it. Yeah.
So then he goes out and gets his own 40 million plus. I can imagine he'd do his own stuff. Like,
I would love it. I would love it if he did it on his own, but it's one of those, like, it's always been, not, we're trying to end the stream here, but it's always been a point of contention with me that I don't know how I've seen a lot of some of his takes on movies, and they are sort of very milquetoast, like, what the you write some of the best books I've I like your stuff when you're writing, but talking about your adaptations and how you change your characters to fit into the big screens, like, I don't know, man. What are you doing? So I don't know. It's one of those. I don't know why. That's why Lord of the Rings is the movies are such a big deal and such an anomaly. Is fantasy seems it shouldn't be that hard, especially with the books and series that are completed. Wheel of Time should be a slam dunk. Anything Sanderson is a slam dunk. You just follow what has been written, but they can't seem to do that. They always got to interject their own crap into it, and they keep screwing it up. Whether it's Legend of the Seeker, Wheel of Time, any of it. And Lord of the Rings is the only thing that actually got it right.
In my Halo review, the 2 episodes, the thing I'm commenting on, I was like, they already wrote a good story. Why are they wasting time with this garbage?
Well, they didn't even pay attention to the story.
I heard.
Says it.
I heard Juan decided to take off all his gear also. Oh, actually, he didn't use his helmet. Juan Halo.
I don't know if you saw my review. I said in there, I guarantee you, anyone listening to me, every minute he spent on screen without the helmet on, 10,000 Halo fans are never going to watch this show again.
Well, no Halo fans are watching it now, man. I think they all tuned out. Nobody watched it. I forgot it came out.
Go in there and watch an episode or two just to say, okay, maybe they'll get it right or not. You have hope. You have that hope. You don't have hope, then you might as well just.
I forgot. I literally forgot it came out. I'm like, oh hey, it came out. Nobody was talking about it.
It's the same thing with Moon Knight. Like, I'm giving Moon Knight a couple episodes, see if they get anything halfway right.
Yeah.
And it's a decent quality production compared to some of the other stuff. So we'll see. But I'm not gonna, if it's 3 episodes, I'll review all 6 just for the channel. But
if it's good, it's a pleasant surprise at this point.
Yeah,
you don't go into
I'm
anything.
not even.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not holding my breath.
Exactly. That's what, and that's a shame that's everything now. It's like, well, it's gonna be crap, and then you will, but hey, we'll give it a chance, and then if it's good, it's like, wow, okay, that was actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, it's like, if I like it, if I like Moonlight season 1, I'll buy a Blu-ray with it.
Yep.
It's sad. I haven't bought a Doctor Who Blu-ray for 4 seasons now.
Yeah. Anything I'm buying is old, so that's a sad state of where we're at. But I might go get Moonfall after that glowing review.
Well, to end on a happy note, if you ever heard of a book series called Reacher, series,
Oh yeah.
I reviewed that. The author who owns Reacher, it was next executive producer, which is why it turned out so well. But I would recommend go watch that because it's.
Oh yeah, that show is great.
Everybody's been saying good things about Reacher. So.
You know what? And to be fair to Amazon, actually, Reacher I liked, and actually I liked. Oh man, I've lost the Jack Ryan stuff. I thought I actually sort of liked on there. I don't know how. I didn't read the book, so that's probably why I like it. If it doesn't follow the book.
Okay. The second season was.
No, the second season was not as good as the first. I agree with that completely. Yeah, the first season.
Oh, it's your typical. You have a strong first season, and then the second season's crap.
The second was watchable, but not nearly as good as the first season. So I've been sort of looking forward to what the third season is going to be. But Reacher, I watched almost the whole thing, and I couldn't believe they released it all at once because they don't do that on Amazon. They usually release 3 or so and make you wait. So I watched the whole thing in a day and a half. I think it was really, really good. And I'm going to watch it again.
They didn't have any faith on it. But yes, I'm afraid of the season 2 curse.
Yep,
that's what it is, and I am so afraid of Arcane at the moment.
What does that curse do if season 1 was garbage?
I They would just get worse.
That's basically new Trek right now, especially shows like Star Trek.
Oh man, yeah. I feel so bad for any Star Trek fans. I never. I mean, I've watched some of it, but I'm not nearly as versed as most
I
of you
haven't
guys.
watched Star Trek since an episode of Enterprise called Similitude. Star Trek died for me on that episode.
There's season 4 is one of my favorite seasons of all Star Trek, especially of Enterprise. So
I'll still watch older stuff like the TOS and Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, and the movies. But that episode of Similitude is what I call anti-Trek. So when that came out, I was like, no, they obviously corrupted Star Trek. Like the same way Gary from Nerdrotic is with like Doctor Who, like it's corrupted forever. Similitude came out, and I was like, Star Trek's corrupted forever, and it's been proven to my point. Crap and deep. What's like the Discovery or whatever it's called, you know.
Yeah,
What
Discovery.
was the cartoon? They had an orgy on one of the Star Trek ships. And,
yeah. I don't even know what it's called. I know what animated
Decks.
Lower
show.
Decks, is that what it's
Lower
called?
Decks. There we go. Yes.
Yeah, you got to see Spread Eagle. And stuff.
Woohoo.
I can
Joy.
imagine Kirk banging a bunch of chicks on this shit, but I would know they would show it, you know.
All right, so let's wrap this up. Whoopa, don't you have a channel?
Yeah, something like that. I have a channel. It's Whoopa Troopa.
Should people subscribe to you?
Yes. Subscribe to Whoopa Troopa for more Whoopa. I do my Pokemon Red live streams right now every Whoopa Wednesday. And this next Whoopa Wednesday, I'm working on it right now, but I'm gonna be announcing like a kind of a new schedule I'm gonna be working with. I want to do more content, so if you're interested,
Nice.
tune into that one for sure.
Yeah, MJ1 Media. Just send me like just send me DM or something. I'll read it and stuff. And he says, "Don't you mean shitty decks? Because lower decks is the bilge, which is full of." I'll just say it, shit.
Yeah.
Well, there was a lower decks, and there was a lower decks episode, and it was good. It was an episode of TNG. It was one of those episodes where you see the crew from a different perspective. I always like those type of
remember that
episodes.
Well, there's another one. If you watch Babylon 5, when Penn and Teller guest starred as the janitors.
Yep, I remember that. That was
amazing.
another one. Yep, it's great. That was a great episode too.
Back when
You know,
stuff
when
was.
the writers just die or something? Is that what happened 5 years ago?
Yeah,
There
everybody
was
has
a play
to.
that killed all the writers, and now we have like whatever's, you know.
That exhale of sorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 2012 was. We all died 2012.
Yeah.
It was true. The Mayan calendar.
Dude.
Yeah, we all died that day.
You're right.
No, what I figured out is that it
Maybe
was
all the
actually.
writers got raptured or something.
Oh, maybe that's it too.
I figured out it was just the Mayans meant 2022, but they're one that just drew it bad.
They
So we thought it was 2012. It's really 2022.
21. Oh my god. What is happening?
All right, guys.
Thanks
It is time. So once
Yes,
again, thank you guys for joining me on this panel. This was a great stream. I thought it was great to cover the first half of Two Towers. There was no way, unless you wanted to stay here for another 4 hours. There's no way. There's no way we'd complete the whole movie.
Yeah, and there's probably more stuff to say on the second half, if anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, you guys are all invited to come back. I'm going to do this again next week, roughly the same time, 8 p.m. Maybe I'll do it earlier. I haven't figured that one out yet. So for me, I'm doing another stream tomorrow. It's my episode 4 of my Nerdporeal Adventures of the 735 is what I call it. That's basically, I bring on a guest and we discuss our top 5 whatever of Star Trek. In tomorrow's case, me and Paul, who was here earlier, are going to be talking about the top 5 cheesiest episodes of the original series. So come by and check that out if you want to see some goofy, cheesy Star Trek and stuff. So, or hear about goofy, cheesy Star Trek and stuff. And there's a lot of it. So, but yeah, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. And of course, my next video that I'm working on right now, I'm editing, is called A Layman's Guide to Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul is going to be coming back in a few weeks. I don't know if any of you guys watch it, but that's going to be a show that I'm going to cover. Nice. I'm going to be covering every week, and I want to do a stream. I'm looking for panelists who want to talk about Better Call Saul.
I'm in if you want. I love that show.
This is the last season before it merges into the other show, right?
Breaking Bad, yeah.
Supposed to be merging even more. I think that's the best part of that show. Well, not the best, but one of the best is just the little Easter eggs and stuff you get that from Breaking Bad. It's so good. Love it.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. And yeah, Prophet, I'll definitely keep in touch with you on that, because I want to do, because here's what I want to do, because April 18th is when the next season premieres. First two episodes premieres. That's gonna be on Monday. Okay. So the week before that, on the 11th, I want to do a Better Call Saul stream where we just talk about the story so far. So we'll talk about all the characters and the seasons and their arcs and stuff, and how it all leads up into season 6.
All right, I'm gonna have to do a rewatch then, man. It's been a while, so
I'm doing it right now. I'm on season 3. I'm on episode 4. So
that's nice though. That won't be a slog. That'll be easy to do. So that'll be a pleasure.
I forgot how funny Better Call Saul is, especially I was just watching season 2 where he's wearing all the different colored suits just to get himself fired so that he can keep the bonus, because he's working for this firm. It doesn't want to be there at all. Like he's already like on strike 1 and strike 2 with them, and he's just not happy with, he made a video, or he made a commercial, and they didn't go with it. They made their own crappy commercial, and that pissed him off. And so he's like, you know what? I'm just going to quit, and I want to keep the bonus. So he can't get fired for a reason. He has to get fired for being just an asshole. So he wears all these colored suits. Like he's wearing a pink suit when a client comes in, and they're looking at him, and the partner's looking at him up and down. And it's Ed Begley Jr. is playing the partner. And he's coming back in this season, and then he brings one of those fruit smoothie machines, and he opens it up, and it gets all over one of the partners and stuff. And then he goes to the toilet, and he doesn't flush. And they're like, who did not flush? I can't believe we're actually here. He's like, oh, it was me.
No. well, then it's also because that his video, he's got his video crew now that follow him around half the time. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I totally believe we're going to see them again in this season and stuff. So before we even leave, we want to say hello to Revenge Guy. Revenge Guy came by. He's like, yo, gonna replay the Lego games soon. Finally got Paramount Plus. Oh my gosh, Star Trek baby, plus Halo and Drake and Josh. Oh no, I don't know what to say about that. Star Trek. 1 out of 3
is not bad, I guess.
Why is Drake and Josh the best thing out of that?
I know, right? That's sad.
Halo. I mean, watch the old Star Trek. Don't watch Discovery or Picard and stuff. Those are terrible.
Never would I thought if I had those 3 things put in front of me that I would choose Drake and Josh. Never.
Drake and Josh. I never even watched that program.
I know, neither have I, but that's the point.
What? You guys never seen it? Oh, okay.
Well, I know of it. I know of it, but
I heard cheesy. One of them got in trouble. With kids or something. It's another creepy thing. So.
Yeah.
It's hard. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, Revenge Guy says Halo is okay. I can't comment, but based on what I know, it's, I don't know. I like, it's when you think Halo, you think Master Chief and Cortana and the Arbiter, and I don't know who else, but
it's mediocre. There you go. Best I could give you.
It's good for fans who don't dig too much.
It doesn't sound like it's really Halo. It's just sort of something that uses the stuff. So some of the stuff. So more borrowing and not actually telling the right story.
But yeah, Revenge Guy. We are about to end the stream. We got through basically the first half of Two Towers. We're going to cover the second half of the Two Towers next week. So we didn't even get to Helm's Deep or the Warg fight or Osgiliath or anything like that. So next Saturday, we're gonna get there though. So. Oh, by the way, what do you guys think of speaking of Master Chief? What do you think of them taking off his helmet in the first episode?
I'm not surprised.
They glue these dang helmets on these actors. They already did it with Mando in the first season. They're doing it with Boba Fett. They did it with Boba Fett. It's, leave these damn helmets on. It's the whole point.
Well, you knew it was coming.
Angry.
Yeah,
If that one scene when he takes it off just that one scene it happened, it would have been okay. But we should put the helmet back on for the rest of the fucking season.
See, I just I'm not the hugest Halo guy, but I sort of disagree with that. Master Chief's always been the mystery of it's just him in that full body armor.
Well,
the minute you take that helmet off, the mystery is gone, and there's a face.
I should have been something like on that Tim Allen show where you see the Chief take off the helmet for a little girl, but the camera turns a little and you can't see it all. Just like
You're talking about Home Improvement, Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Wilson, that running joke. I remember.
It takes it off, but you just get the back of the head or something.
Yeah. They could have done that. Actually, could have worked, but it's all for publicity and recognition.
They got a good actor to play him. That guy played excellent.
Well, he's great. Yeah, he's great. It's not his fault, but I mean, I don't know.
No, I think just take away all of the reveal too. Like if you build it up, I mean, I'm not saying that they, even after that rant, like if you take it off, that's one thing. But that was my biggest thing with Mando. It's like it was first season at 8 episodes in. Like if you want to do something, build up, wait, make the people wait for that big reveal, and then it's like, oh wow, powerful moment. Instead, they just take it off right away, and it's like, well, I haven't been waiting long. Like, there's no payoff to that.
I'll give it to Mando for at least waiting into the end of the first season to see his face. I'll give it that to him.
Well, that's when they just I don't know. They'll save money with other places. Just don't hire an actor, just a big name actor. Just hire some nobody that won't care if the helmet's on them or not. I mean, that's the problem. The actors want their faces out there. Just give a guy a decent salary and say, but hey, you got to keep the helmet on.
Yeah.
They're not going to care.
I mean, Carl Urban kept his helmet on the entire time in the movie Dredd, and that worked.
Carl Urban is a fan of Dredd as a comic. He'll play the role as it's written.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Why that movie flopped? We didn't see his face.
Oh my god!
It makes perfect sense now. This is
why
why they do
it. I'll be honest. Carl Urban, as much. I mean, I'm more critical of the J.J. Trek films now than I was when they first came out. But the one thing that was really good was Carl Urban playing McCoy, because he was practically spot on to Forrest Kelly almost.
Yeah.
Like there was a legitimacy to his role that I kind of felt. So
those films, I don't blame the actors for those films, because most of them did a decent job. It's just bad material from
Yeah, I mean, it was written by it was written by Orky and the jerk himself, Kurtzman.
I thought she said it was run by Orcs. I was like, what?
That's a guy's name, Roberto Orky.
I like him I like him as Billy the Butcher in The Boys, even though The Boys is shit now. So
I liked season 1 of The Boys.
Oh yeah, no, season 1 was all right. I liked it, and then
but I hear they like
cursed.
But they're not following the source material, and the source material is supposed to be way more compelling than what they're putting on screen. I'm just like, what the hell are you doing? Are you guys stupid?
You're right.
Was it like a bait cock where you get something good and then it turns to cock right after the first season?
Yep, season 2 curse.
Season 2
real.
I mean, Westworld. It happens to Westworld. It happens to a lot of shows now. So
it really
does. Tune into The Boys because I just tell the type of show it would be the show that would just make me angry. So,
but I thought you don't watch TV. You're only into sports and Pokemon. And maybe movies maybe big budget movies that everyone's heard of, like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and stuff.
I mean, you're not totally wrong. I don't watch a lot, but also it's not like there's much there's not much that Hollywood's giving me reason to watch. So
that's absolutely
I considered The Boys. It just was like, I did not.
I heard. I know we're trying to end, but I heard Morbius was garbage. Is that correct? Does
I
anybody
haven't
see
seen it.
Morbius?
Utter complete garbage. It's the worst Marvel.
I was thinking of watching
Sorry,
it just to
excuse my
review it.
language.
I thought
Sorry.
Sony was going to
God.
save. I thought Sony was, in the right
Yeah.
direction with Spider-Man, and
Man,
Explains why they
Sony
took
is
out
the
Spider-Man.
savior of everything, don't you
I
know?
was-
Like, how
I
can
Oh
was-
you
yeah,
do
but the
that?
thing is, if Morbius isn't bad because it's woke, it's bad because it's a bad film. I mean,
like
yeah,
plot,
Sony's
like
giving us-
plot holes and
Yeah.
just nothing but
Sony's
plot
given
holes
us a
and
couple of Spider-Man films and two okay or good Venom films. So one flop, I'm not gonna go crazy.
Man, that's so disappointing. I was so hopeful for that movie. Dang it.
well, what comes out this week or next week actually.
Sonic.
Sonic
Sonic
2.
Ghost. Yeah, I'll
And I
probably watch it.
make this joke all the time. I'm like, hey, there's only one Sonic 2, and it came out in 1992.
That's right. My son's been playing it on Sega Online. Hell yeah.
And I'll be honest, I prefer Emerald Hill
Sonic
Zone.
2.
I prefer the Emerald Hill Zone theme to the Green Hill Zone theme.
Yeah.
Emerald Hill Zone theme has just a sick bass line.
Well, isn't
It's
Northman
not
coming out
Pokemon,
too?
but I guess it'll do.
I like the
Maybe-
casino music. That's what I like.
Oh,
Is that in
casino,
part
yeah,
two?
the
Is
casino
it in two?
night, yeah, casino
Okay.
night zone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my jam.
Yeah, I love Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles are my favorite Sonic games. Period. Like I like the Sonic Adventure stuff that came out later, but a lot of the recent Sonic has not been too appealing.
Like the Sonic games
I-
recently have just lost. Like they're not the same. They're just not.
Like
I
the
don't know.
quality is just like a lot. Well, because a lot of the like thing with unlike Nintendo, like Nintendo still has Miyamoto and like all the people who created Mario are still there, so they're still giving direction on how to keep Mario and the Zelda series consistent. Well,
Yeah.
Zelda series less so now with Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is like a new beast that they started.
Yeah.
But with Sega, like everyone that was involved with Sonic in in the early days is gone. Yuji Naka's gone. Oshima's gone. All those guys are gone.
What I found in the last few games that we've played here, it's just they concentrate on being so fast so much. It's just like just what are you doing? Just make some simple levels. Just take a note out of Metroid Dread's book. Go back to side scrolling. That's when Sonic was best. We don't need-
I love Sonic Mania. I love
Yeah, I was
Sonic
about to say
Mania.
Mania.
We just go side scroll. We don't need a 3D Sonic. It's too.
Are they making a part 2 of that?
I hope
Mania?
so. I hope
were.
I hope Christian
Sure.
Whitehead and his team is working on it. I mean, the thing that they're doing that I'm still waiting to hear an announcement. I'm surprised we haven't talked about yet. Sonic Origins, which they talked about. They mentioned at the last the 30th anniversary direct that they had last year. And they said, we're going to make Sonic 3 HD, kind of like Sonic 1 and 2 and Sonic CD. So we're still waiting to hear about that collection that they're putting together
could be
and stuff.
I
And
have
of
no hope for the new game.
I forget what it's called. I called it Sonic Zap for the longest time. I'm not sure what the actual name is. So,
Yeah, I don't know.
oh well. So right now I'm playing Kirby. That's the game I'm streaming right now is Kirby. I'm taking a break from Pokemon Legends.
Thanks.
I know
Woopa
Woopa. I know
hater.
Woopa's not happy about that, but
I'm not happy, but it's
Those
okay.
they announced 2 new Pokemon games too, didn't they? Which
One
one?
Yeah,
are
it's
they?
coming out
Nice
later.
Jim
this-
Oh, they got a release
later this
date. Sweet.
No release date, just
late 2022. So
Okay.
yeah.
Nice.
yeah, I still have to beat Pokemon Legends.
I'm
not
actually
beat it, but I'm pretty much
replaying
almost done with
Legends right now. So
It's
are you
have a lot of
replaying
fun.
it?
yes,
No,
somehow I got
Tutorial's not having the best
got to
time, but I love it.
Yeah, I played a little bit. I mean, I played a good 10 to 12 hours into Legends Arceus. It's okay.
I'm
I
over
haven't
30
played it. I'm
right
not
now.
used to playing Pokemon games, so
Ah.
it's I'll go back to it eventually. I'll probably
Okay,
beat
I
Kirby
say
and
that-
then go back to it.
I'd say
You're
Legends
gonna-
is a good one to start with Pokemon. If no one's ever played Pokemon, I would recommend Legends as their first one.
Listen, Nerdporeal, you're gonna go back and play Pokemon Legends, and you're gonna like it, or I'm gonna be the one putting you in the Pokeball.
Uh
Uh-oh.
oh.
Whoa. That sounds like a threat.
It
Where's
sounds
the
like
YouTube police?
I'm gonna have to get some protection now.
You need some muscle.
Yeah, because I don't think my Nerdporeal powers are enough against the Woopa. Woopa's gonna eat me like a mushroom.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Like that GIF, you know. And I
Like
thought
that
that was a
GIF?
tail. I always thought that was a tail, like the Woopa was eating another creature and stuff.
You know, the first time I saw it, I thought that was Whoopa eating a cat. I'm like, oh my gosh, what the heck?
Yeah, exactly. All right,
Then
so okay, so we got everybody. So yeah, we've been kind of screwing around for like the last 20 minutes. So I'm only 160 hours away from my 4,000 public hours to be monetized. So
Nice.
Ooh, close.
so
close,
let's,
close.
we're getting
Once you get to-
closer every week.
That's only 1 week. Let's keep going.
Remember, guys, once Nerdporeal gets monetized, dinner's on him.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But yeah, I will definitely have a celebration stream to celebrate monetization. So basically, what happens? I get to the 4,000 hours, and then I have to wait for like an email to be invited into the revenue program or whatever they call it at YouTube and stuff. So
Just make
we'll
sure
see.
you have like your Rumble mirror set up or whatever, so if they nuke you, you have all your videos somewhere.
Yeah, I have my own. I have my own folder that I organize. So I have all my videos. Like all my videos are on my computer. So
Get them if
Is
they're
that-
online.
Does it have to be streaming hours or any hours?
it includes it's any hours. So the only thing it doesn't count towards is like ads and shorts.
Right.
It doesn't count towards shorts, but it counts towards videos you upload, and it does count towards streams.
All
So
right.
the streams is what's really helped me with this.
Good.
Why do people play video games all day? Like they're gonna do it anyway. Might as well stream it and get the hours.
There you go.
I don't know. I like to make my own videos, like to make my own content and stuff. So, and plus, I on my Nerdporeal Direct that I made like last November, I promised a whole bunch of stuff out before the first quarter, and I only got like 2% of it done. And it was supposed to be done before Q1 of 2022. It's already April, so.
Yeah, before YouTube banned it, people used to live stream like their fish tank to get the hours.
Oh, really? Now that's
You
funny.
know. Well,
It's-
live
it's-
stream traffic and call it like human watching. You know, it's like,
But yeah, it's fun. It's just really fun to. It's just fun like watching. It's just fun making videos and and basically meeting people and doing stuff like this, talking things that we love and stuff. I know a lot of people talk about culture war and what's going on with pop culture now. And there's that's I listen to that stuff. It's pretty fun to listen to. Right now I just want to focus on, I mean, if there's news that really like affects me, like the Winds of Winter stuff, then I'll make a video about it. But I usually don't do news. I generally don't do news that much because I just don't keep my I don't pay enough attention for the news. Like people are like have their eyes on Twitter to see like any news if some celebrity said something stupid, or if they announce like a new trailer and stuff, or in George R. R. Martin's case, Winds of Winter is not being delivered once again, stuff like that. So
Yep, never.
Yeah, I'm impressed because I did a video, like my first newsy video on that whole Oscars thing, just because I thought it was hilarious. But it took me like a solid 9 hours to make that video, and I've still got it up like 24 hours plus after the fact. Then you have Cosmo James over here. He does a video every day of all the new stuff, so I'm impressed how he's able to do that. Because
My stuff is really crap. So
Low tier. That's how you do it.
no,
Low tier.
don't sell yourself short. Don't sell
Low
yourself
tier.
short.
No, you gotta the news videos. You gotta pump them out. It's one of those just sort of hit the pertinent information, and roll it out. Most of the time, I find on the news ones, they're not really interested in the editing so much as what you have to say is what at least in my
That's actually, I agree with that.
it's like
Yeah.
I'm
You
trying
can
to
have
do those news videos to get attention, but build up a content of reviews and whatever. I want people like me then go back and watch.
yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
you could have a headline of the news and just say your piece, and that's mostly what people are looking for, your take on the headline. At least what I found.
Pretty much. Well, the thing is, this is our channel. Like you're the star of your channel. Unless your channel is about programming databases or, like sold in electronics. When you're doing these videos, you're the star of your channel. So you have to make people want to hear you. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
All right. So cool. Guys, once again, if you're listening, if you're listening after the fact, subscribe to all these guys, and check out all their content. And remember, everybody, the best thing to do is to stay safe and stay nerdporeal during these crazy times. So other than that, everybody, have a good night.
Bye bye.
night.